GDDY, GoDaddy. GoDaddy shares now up about $2 in the pre-market. AK filing out. Starboard Valley reporting a 6.5% stake as of December 14th. Says the shares are undervalued. Starboard says may take actions, including engaging with the management and board of GoDaddy, Golf Delta Delta Yankee, GDDY. DSX, Diana Shipping, announcing following results of self-tender offer for shares of its common stock. Delta Sandy X-Ray. DSX. MBOT, Microbot Medical shares continuing higher now, making new highs, $9.65. Shares up about 75% now on Microbot Medical, following the company's announcement of a collaboration with Stryker on their Liberty robotic system for neurovascular applications. That's Michael Bravo Oscar Tango MBOT. EEI Camber Energy shares hitting $1.23 at the high, pulling back now.
Good morning, traders. What's up and what's going on? And happy Money Monday. How we all doing this morning, guys? How we doing on this beautiful Money Monday? How was everybody's holiday weekend? I hope each and every one of you had a very Merry Christmas, a blessed weekend, a fun weekend, most importantly, a safe weekend, and that you guys just enjoyed that time with your friends, that you guys enjoyed that time with your family, but you're here, fired up, ready to go, motivated, ready to attack this amazing day. It's a brand new day, a brand new week full of brand new opportunities, and this is the last week of December, guys. This is the last week of December, so let's make this your best week. Let's end the month of December, and let's end the end of the year on a strong note, on a profitable note, team. All right. So once again, good morning. As you guys can tell, I'm still just a tad under the weather, but that's not holding me back. That is not stopping me. I am fired up. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to have some fun with you guys, dropping those value bombs, enjoying our time together in the market. Again, having some fun, locking in some great profits, guys. So how we doing? Hit me with a good morning. What's up? What's going on? Angel, good morning. Mexoids, Corey, Catherine, what's up? Corey, good morning. And again, I hope you guys had a very Merry Christmas. I hope you had a blessed holiday weekend, a safe weekend. And I hope you guys are fired up for today. I hope you guys are fired up, ready to rock. You know, I'm fired up. I'm motivated. I'm ready to go. I'm just still a little under the weather, so it's really hard. My sinuses, as you can maybe hear it in my voice a little bit, I'm a little foggy still. So like I have my train of thought and then it like shifts a little bit every now and then. So I seem a little out of it. So just bear with me once again, guys. Bear with me. But we're all set, ready to rock and roll. This week is a week of giving back. Team, this week is a week that I give back to the trading community. I give back to members inside of chat. I give back to individuals over on YouTube, over on TikTok. This is a week that I want to be generous and that I want to give back. I want to end this year on a strong note, not just inside chat, not just in the market, but I want to make a difference in the trading community and I want to give back. So this week inside of chat, team, we're going to have a lot of fun and we're going to be giving back this week to members inside of chats, cash giveaways, free memberships, free courses, free sessions with me. You guys name it. We're giving back for the last week of December and the last week of the year. Everybody on YouTube, same thing. We'll be doing some giveaways. We'll be having some fun. And over on TikTok, we'll be having some fun and doing some giveaways and giving back to the trading community as well. So I'm very excited for this week, team. One of the ways that I'm personally giving back to the trading community is this entire week, I will be streaming all day, every day on YouTube, guys. All right, so all day, every day on YouTube, I will be streaming, okay? So I will not be shutting it down, so have some fun. Enjoy this time with me. Enjoy this time with the team. And this is the last time that we're ever going to do this moving forward, but I do want to give back this week and at least open up the stream and have some fun. All right, so, and then inside of chat, we'll be doing some giveaways and stuff like that as well, team. Some cash giveaways, some membership giveaways, giveaway, and some more giveaways. All right, team. So I'm excited for that. So we'll have some fun. So make sure you're smashing the like button over on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribing. Everybody over on TikTok, you guys can come to YouTube as well. Have some fun. We'll make it happen, guys. We'll make it happen. Jay Rich, what's up? Angel Wade, Jay Cohen, Catherine, what's up? Someone's alive and kicking. I'm alive and kicking. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. My goodness, everybody's inside of chat today. Everybody's here. Everybody is ready to rock. And everybody's ready to roll. And I'm excited, team, to work with you guys. And I'm excited to end this month and to end this year on a positive, on a strong, and on a positive, profitable note. So I'm excited, guys. Dustin, Steven, PXS, Frank, Danny, Jason, Clint, Dwayne, David, Scott, Chris, everybody over on YouTube. How we all doing this morning? Good morning and happy Money Monday, guys. All right. There was something else that I was going to say. I completely spaced. Something else that I was going to say. But again, my train of thought, like I said, it's like, whoop, and it shifts. Oh, yeah. Our weekly schedule. All right. Our weekly schedule. Friday, New Year's Eve. Chat's open. I'll have the live stream open, but I will not be here. And I suggest that you guys enjoy your holiday weekend as well. It's a Friday right before the holidays at the end of the year. Probably going to be a little slow. Probably going to be a little choppy. Again, Fridays are already the hardest days of the week to trade. And then you're coming right into the new year and a holiday weekend, and it's New Year's Eve. Like, why would you want to sit there and overtrade Friday just to end your year on a bad note? Like, seriously, why would you want to sit here and be here in the worst day of the week, the worst time of the year to trade? I'm not going to be here on Friday, guys. All right. I'm not going to be here. I suggest that you guys are not here either. All right. So enjoy your 3-day weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Have fun. Enjoy that time with friends and family and just get some rest and get re-fired up for a brand new start to the brand new year come 2022 this coming Monday, a week from today. So we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We will be live inside the chat, commentating all day, every day, besides Thursday. All right, as you guys know, I fly out to Indiana to celebrate the holidays with my family that lives back home in Indiana. So I'll be flying out Wednesday night. So I'm here all day Monday, all day Tuesday, and I'll be here until about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on Wednesday. And then in the afternoon, there will be no commentary in the afternoon unless Cole wants to jump on the mic. But I'm going to commentate all day today. I'm going to commentate all day tomorrow to make up for the half day on Wednesday. And then I will be here inside a chat Thursday. I don't know how I'm going to be able to be on the mic, but I will be inside a chat. We will be working together on Thursday as well. I will find a way to go ahead and stream to make this happen, and I'll be inside a chat. Or I'll let Cole take on over. All right, guys. So with that being said, that's my schedule. Again, I'm flying out to Indiana. I'm going to spend some time with my family up in Indiana for the holidays for a few days before we come back and get serious to start really rocking and rolling and having some fun and making 2022 our best year yet. Yes, she is doing much better. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Tell Doug from YouTube, Jay Rich said, join with us under me. That's it. Jay Rich inside the chat says, tell Doug from YouTube that Jay Rich said, join with us under me. That is LOL. So, Doug, do we got a Doug here? We got Doug. Where's Doug? I don't even see a Doug over there over on YouTube right now. Got Dustin. We got a Dustin. We got a Danny. We got a David. I don't see any Dougs, guys. I don't see any Dougs. So again, let's go ahead and dive into it, guys. Enough talking. Enough letting you guys know my schedule. I just wanted to fill you in what was going on and everything like that. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about what we have going on today. Let's start with our penny stocks, guys. All right. So we have quite a few stocks that do have press releases. Okay, we have MBOT, CELU, TCON, BBIO, FCEL, and CEI. All right, we do have a lot of stocks with news, but there are some stocks that do not really have reasons to be watched today. All right, there is news, but there's not a lot of action in pre-market. So, for example, if we go look at TCON, there's news, but look at that chart. That chart's pretty ugly. That chart's pretty gross. I don't really want to be watching TCON. What about you guys? Nah, look at that chart. No volume. Just because there's news doesn't mean we should be watching this. Let's go look at BBIO. This thing's gapping down 66%. Could it bounce today? Yes, but look at it. It hasn't even tried to bounce here in pre-market. It's just down, sitting sideways, risky biscuits. If you guys want to watch this for a possible dead cat bounce, let's add it to a watch list for a possible dead cat bounce, because last week we were seeing some dead cat bounces, were we not, team? We did have a few stocks bouncing after they were gapping down substantially, like ALLK, not on the first day, but on the second day, right? ALDX, not on the first day, but on the second day and on the third day, this stock bounced. Still, if we go look at this stock, and this is BBIO, right? Our number one stock that's gapping down, right? It could bounce today, but looking at dead cat bounces for the month of December, usually they bounce on day 2 and day 3. So I wouldn't really think BBIO would have a green day today. I would think it would have a red day, followed by some movement in post-market, pre-market, tomorrow, Wednesday, and this week, maybe for a dead cat bounce. So right now at this point in time, I don't think BBIO is worth watching today. But I do think it's worth adding to our watch list to see if it starts bouncing off the dead cat bounce maybe tomorrow and maybe even on Wednesday, as that's what some of these other stocks have done over the past couple of weeks for the month of December after they gapped down. And simply, this stock did not have good results from their phase 3 trial. There was actually negative results from their phase 3 trial. That's why the stock is gapping down from around $40 down towards around $13.25. I think, again, it's a great candidate for tomorrow and then Wednesday for a dead cat bounce. They're on BBIO. We talked about TCON, right? TCON, yeah, there's news, right? Positive results from one of their trials, but the stock's not doing anything. CELU, fast track designation from the FDA, but this stock is simply not doing anything. What stocks have news and what stocks are actually moving on up consistently this morning? Well, we have MBOT announcing a strategic collaboration with Stryker Corporation to develop the Liberty robotic system for neurovascular application. So strategic collaboration news here on MBOT. MBOT was our number one stock, right? It still is, right? Not with volume. The volume, sorry guys, that was really loud. My apologies. The volume leader right now is CEI, right? It was MBOT, but MBOT is still leading the board as far as the percentage gainer here in pre-market. MBOT is up 72%. It's trading phenomenal volume. 13 million shares in pre-market since 7 o'clock a.m. On average, MBOT trades 42,000 shares. So we have high relative volume. This stock is gapping up very, very big, very, very nice on good news. And it's a low float stock as well, coming in at 6 million in float. We know that this stock has a lot of the focus. We know this stock has a lot of the attention, and we know this stock definitely needs our focus and our attention as well right out of the gate. And we know that it can definitely rip and run and move like it already has here in pre-market, hitting every single target, team, right? Every single target. Look back, type in MBOT in your ticker search box. We were talking about MBOT this morning being the number one stock that once it broke and held above 750, it had room to 875 and then 968. We just hit 965 here in pre-market. So again, absolutely hitting and crushing all of our targets here in pre-market. So if you guys were able to get involved with MBOT, congratulations. This is a nice, clean, consistent mover to the upside. Right now, we do have support back down at 875 here on MBOT. Resistance is right between 965 and then $10. $10 natural resistance here on MBOT. Now, if this stock ever breaks $10 today, we could see it up towards around $10.63. We're just looking at these prior spiking highs here on the daily chart. Back towards around $11.29. And then we could see it up towards around $12 here on MBOT. Now, if MBOT fails to hold above $8.75, right, and we crack the VWAP, we crack below 875, we could see MBOT all the way back down towards around $8 next, and then back down towards around $7.50 to $7.60. But overall, this is a very clean stock. Very consistent, nice, steady movement to the upside. Again, I expect to see it pull back a little bit, but I don't expect to see it just fade and fall. It's very clean. It's very consistent. I do expect to see the stock have a decent little start to the day. Again, maybe up towards around 10, 1063, and maybe even up towards those higher levels around 11.29 and then $12 here on MBOT. So we definitely want to be watching MBOT as one of our top 3 stocks to start our day. Then we want to be watching CEI as well. So Camber Energy, we all know about CEI. Company announced it received a loan to redeem its Series C preferred stock, and shares are now trading higher after it received that $25 million loan here on CEI. The stock is leading the board with volume, trading 15.7 million shares. On average, it trades 170. So again, we are pretty far away from trading that average volume, but once the market opens, I don't see why we wouldn't surpass that volume. We're already trading 15 million shares. We're leading the board in volume compared to any other stock. Yes, it's a very large float, but once traders step behind CEI, this stock could absolutely take on off, right? So again, yes, be mindful of the float. It's a large float stock, 250 million. It's definitely going to take a lot to get this stock moving, right? But we've seen the stock rip and run in the past. So when the stock has volume, when the stock has attention, and when this stock is moving, it can definitely move regardless of the large float. So we definitely want to keep CEI on watch today above $1. Anything above $1, it looks bullish, right? We can see it back up towards around those pre-market highs, around 123. Anything over 123, we have room to 146 to 150, and then possibly starting to fill some of these gaps here on the daily chart, maybe up towards around 160, and then up towards around 180, and then $2 on CEI. So again, we just simply want to keep CEI on watch above $1. Above $1, it does look bullish. We do have some room to 123, 146, 150, and then possibly filling some of these daily gaps here. We just need to see if this stock gets the attention, has the focus, and steals the volume in the market today, guys. So CEI, number 2, that we will be watching today. Number 3, FCEL. What's up, Chris? Good morning. FCEL Energy receives favorable settlement agreement with POSCO Energy. So confirms exclusivity to sell its platform technology through Asia with POSCO Energy. So FCEL, not doing bad right now either. This stock right now is up 10%. The only thing is it's a very large float stock, right? This stock can move. We've seen the stock move before, $8 all the way to $9.50, right? We've seen the stock move $1, $1.50 in a single day. But again, just something to be mindful of is this is a large float stock. FCEL is 350 million in float. It's only up 10%. It's trading 1.3 million shares. And on average, this stock trades 33 million shares, right? So you just got to be mindful of that, right? We have better criteria being met on MBOT, right? Even CEI seems to be a little bit better than FCEL, but just be mindful of the large flow and the lack of volume. But we do have news on FCEL, and FCEL is moving up pretty decently over the past couple of days, right? Friday having a pretty decent day, nice gap up here in pre-market and doing fairly well here in pre-market with FCEL. So this could be a nice, slower, steadier mover, maybe even setting up for a decent little multi-day swing trade to the upside. We are going to be watching FCEL today as well, as we do have news. The stock is gapping up. We just need to be mindful of the very large float. Again, 350 million in float, and we are not trading anywhere close to the average volume, right? We're trading 1.3 million shares. On average, we trade 33 million. So we definitely need to see more volume move in to FCEL. Support right now, I would say back down towards around this trend line, guys. Right? So just watch FCEL back down towards around this trend line. So if we come down, you see some buying pressure around the trend line, maybe this falls back down towards around these pre-market highs around 663. We could see that hold on up. We could see buyers move back in, and we could see this back up towards around 715, retesting those pre-market highs. So there is opportunity, guys. There is opportunity as to why we will be watching FCEL today, team. Okay? Another stock I do want to watch is NXTD. Okay, so NXTD, there is no news this morning, right? But we did have some articles last week. NXTD, is this going to be the big end of year squeeze candidate from Seeking Alpha, which is generating some social media traction and some hype around NXTD? This stock is currently gapping up 8% here in pre-market, trading 1.2 million shares. On average, trades 4. Definitely think we're going to surpass that volume today, so that's not of concern. The float, nice and low. We know NXTD can rip and run. This stock on Friday went from around $3 all the way to $4.25, hitting post-market highs of $5 and actually holding its gains relatively well through post-market and through pre-market, staying above Friday's highs, Friday's resistance at $4.17, and that $4.17 also lining up with some decent past resistance, new support here on NXTD. So I do want to keep NXTD on high watch today. I think this has a lot of great potential as long as we're holding above 415, right? 4 to 415, staying above, breaking this downtrend that we have here in pre-market. I definitely think we have a lot of opportunity back up to 475, 5, retesting that post-market high right around 509 here on NXTD. Anything over 509, team, we do have room to 550, and then we have some room up towards around 6 and then 621. I like what I see on NXTD. Multi-day move to the upside. Increased volume, right? We have an article from Seeking Alpha. Is this the big end-of-year squeeze candidate, which is generating some traction, some hype around NXTD? I like the chart. The technicals look clean. The technicals look consistent. I do think we have some opportunity here on NXTD. This is probably one of my favorite stocks so far, and I don't really favoritize stocks, but looking at the technicals on CEI, FCEL, MBOT, for some reason, NXTD really stands out to me. So this is going to be one of those stocks that I'm really watching right out of the gate. If we start to set up, we start to break the downtrend, I would be looking to take advantage of this opportunity. Once again, back up towards around 475, 5 to 509, and then even possibly up towards around that 550, 556, and then 6 to 621 here on NXTD. And then last but not least, excuse me, guys, NKLA, right? So we do want to watch NKLA today as well. Now this stock, another large float, 200 million in flow. It's going to take a lot to get this going, but it had a nice big day there on Friday. We're seeing buyers move back in here in pre-market, maybe another day of momentum to the upside, another continuation day to the upside here on NKLA. Now, this stock has room to the 200-day moving average at $12.45. Okay, so right now we have support right off Friday's resistance, which is right around the 50-day moving average as well, $11.40. We can see it was post-market support, pre-market support as well. So at the absolute lowest, NKLA could come all the way back down towards around $11.40. That's a pretty good level of support. Right now, we are trying to stay above, right, that post-market, pre-market resistance right around $11.75. So right now we have light support at $11.75. You have VWAP right here at $11.75 as well. We could easily see that level hold on up, re-breaking 12, breaking above 12.10, the pre-market high. And again, we have room to 12.50, 12.47, the 200-day moving average on NKLA. And again, we're just seeing a nice move here in pre-market and a slight gap up because we had a pretty decent day there on Friday with NKLA. Again, not anywhere close to the average volume. We still need to see more attention and more volume move in, but I don't see why we couldn't surpass that volume today. But just be mindful that it's another large float stock. It's a $12 stock as well. It's going to take a lot to get this stock moving, okay? We do have room to 12.40, 12.50. Right now, light support around 11.75. Better support back down towards around 11.40. So we are watching NKLA today. We are definitely watching NXTD. I like NXTD a lot. We're definitely watching MBOT as one of our top stocks out of the gate. CEI above $1 looks bullish, right? We're watching this one out of the gate. And we're definitely watching FCEL back down towards around 663, as well as this trend line from Friday, post-markets, and pre-markets as well. All right. Those are going to be the 5 stocks we're watching for pennies. All right. Penny stocks, the top 5 stocks that we should be watching. Now, some of these stocks may leave our watch list. We may be adding more to our watch list as the day starts. We'll be looking at our scanners, high day momentum scanners, breakout scanners, halt, resume. We have a big list for prior day movers as well that could get some traction, that could see some activity. But right now, let's keep it simple and let's focus on the stocks that we think have the best potential right out of the gate. And these are the 5 stocks that I believe have the best potential right out of the gate. Okay? Yes, we'll be watching BFRI, right? We know the stock has potential today. It was a mover from last week. We'll be watching ENSC, BLU, GRTX, a lot of stocks from last week, but the first 10, 15, 20 minutes out of the gate, these 5 stocks that we just discussed are the stocks that I believe have the best opportunity for the easiest profit right out of the gate, guys. All right, let's talk about options. Let's talk about options. We're coming into very strong resistance on the Qs. We're coming into very strong resistance on the SPY, right? We had a very nice solid bounce last week on the SPY. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we were closed Friday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we bounced up really, really nice. I mean, from around 451 all the way back up towards around 472. That's a massive move in just 4 days. One thing that I'm being mindful of is the volume, right? I'm not going to put that much emphasis, right? I'm not going to put that much emphasis on the volume because we've seen the market move up on decreased volume consistently this year. But I'm not a fan when the SPY, for example, moves $20 in 4 days. And every day it moves up, it's on less and less and less and less volume. That just doesn't really stand out to me and scream bullish. But we've seen that a lot this year. We've seen the stock continuously breaking the new all-time highs and rip and run and bounce back on decreased volume to the upside. So it's just something I'm being mindful of, but it's nothing that I'm putting that much emphasis on. One thing that I am looking at today is a pullback, right? The stock did just go, this ETF, right? The SPY did just go $20 to the upside without seeing any kind of pullback. And where is it coming? It's coming into pretty decent resistance. 473 resistance. 473 resistance, 473 resistance. So we are coming into some pretty key resistance here on the SPY. Looking to see if sellers are moving in, see if traders and investors are going to maybe start taking profit and just keeping that level on watch. Looking at the same thing on the Qs today, right? Look at this massive resistance, this wall of resistance we have on the Qs. 450 cents, 450 cents, 450, look at all that. Look at all that resistance right there, around 400 to 450 cents. So same thing with the Qs. I'm expecting to see maybe some sellers move in, some profit taking, starting to see this pull back a little bit. That's going to allow our Tesla trade, our Apple trade, and our NVIDIA trade to really work out. Because when we look at Tesla, when we look at Apple, when we look at NVIDIA, those charts scream bearish. They do. Look at Tesla. Massive downtrend. Massive downtrend we're hitting right now. I would expect to see a rejection on Tesla and a pullback. Look at Apple. Massive downtrend. I would expect to see Apple maybe pop up out of the gate, hit this downtrend, start to see some selling move in, some sellers move in, right? Move on down. Look at NVIDIA. Same downtrend. We're actually in a little bit of this falling channel on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is in a downtrend. It's looking bearish. Again, it's on the downtrend, right? Lower highs, lower lows. It's coming into the downtrend out of this big falling channel, okay? Looks bearish. We would want to short this stock. The trend is your friend. We would want to trade the trend, short with the trend, right? The trend is down, so we would short it, and it's right at downtrend resistance on NVIDIA. Apple, same thing, right at downtrend resistance. Tesla, right at downtrend resistance. And then looking at the Qs and the SPY, we're popping up into very key levels of resistance today. So my thesis, right, my outlook is to the downside today. Now, I could be completely wrong. We could see the SPY rip, new all-time high. We could see the Qs rip, new all-time high. Tesla could break the downtrend and rip. Apple can break the downtrend and rip. NVIDIA could break the downtrend and rip. But if we just look at the simple technicals, keeping it simple, stupid, and we just look at what we see, we could see that NVIDIA, downtrend, Apple, downtrend, Tesla, downtrend, all of those stocks coming right into a key level of resistance. And we see that the SPY and the Qs are approaching key resistance as well. Why would you want to go long? Why would you want to go long at resistance? We need to be patient. If we see a lot of selling and we see the stocks getting rejected at these levels, we need to trade with the trend. The trend is your friend. But if we see these stocks showing no issues, breaking and holding and looking great, all right, let's trade the breakout. Let's see if we have a Santa Claus rally and we see these stocks moving up in the new all-time highs into the year. But we need to be patient out of the gate. And we need to see what these levels look like and how these levels are reacting before we start placing trades. We're not trying to predict the market. We're just analyzing the market, trying to get an idea of what we think can happen based on what we see. And once we see what we want to see, we react, whether that's a breakout, whether that's going long, or whether that's seeing that rejection that we think we're going to see for possible puts and for a possible red day across the board. Does that make sense, guys? All right, so that's what we're looking at. NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla right now, looking more towards the short side. Watching the Qs and the SPY against this level of resistance. If we see those two ETFs struggling and we see sellers there, that may allow us to jump into Tesla, Apple, NVIDIA to the short side and capitalize on these moves down. I'm excited. I'm fired up. I think we have great opportunity in front of us today, team, and a great way to start our Money Monday. Nick, good morning. Jay Cohen, good morning. Chris, good morning. Do we have any questions? We got about a minute 30 to go, guys. We got about a minute 30 to go. I'm watching NX TD off to the side. What do you guys think the top stock's going to be? Go ahead and hit me with it. Top stock for the day. Penny stock. Do you guys think the number one stock's going to be FCEL? Do you think the number one stock's going to be CEI? Do you think it's going to be MBOT, NXTD, or NKLA? What do you guys think the number one stock for the day is going to be for penny stocks? What are you guys thinking over in chat? What are you guys thinking over on YouTube? Mervat, what's up? Barbie, Chris, Dustin, Dougie, Steve, the Grateful Kami. What? What's up? Mbot. Mbot here on TikTok. I know it's Celsius. It's Celsius. It looks like a White Claw, doesn't it? That's Celsius, guys. All right, we got 33 seconds. We got a lot of M-bots. We got M-bot, 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 Nicola CEI. What are you guys thinking over on YouTube? You think it's, I think M-bot as well. But I'm also kind of looking at NXTD. I'm a little 50-50. I would say M-bot to start, but as like a back burner sleeper play that I think would just slide by everybody's radar, under the radar, and just pass everybody, I think NXTD has good potential too. So I'm actually watching NXTD off to the right, off to the side, and I'm excited. So here we go. 3 seconds to go, team. 3 seconds to go. Let's get started. Let's get fired up. Let's have an awesome day, team. And let's make this the best Money Monday that you guys have ever seen. And don't mind me while I put nasal spray in my nose. So I'm going to mute myself. All right, we're good. I'm sniffling a lot today, guys. I do apologize. So, I mean, we have MBOT. I'd say support's still back down at 875. Support's still back down at 875, guys. So I'm not touching MBOT out of the gate. I'm definitely not touching MBOT right out of the gate, guys. Not really going to touch anything right out of the gate. I'm going to sit back and be patient, right? It's a brand new morning. It's a brand new day after a holiday weekend. We don't know how traders are going to react to the market. Is there going to be a lot of selling? Is there going to be a lot of buying? We don't really know market conditions. We really don't, right? How are traders going to react to the first day back after a 3-day holiday weekend? How? We have to wait to see. It's a game of patience. A lot of people don't talk about being patient. They want to just get all fired up and say, buy, 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 alert, alert, alert. No, sit back, be patient. Sit on your hands. Look to see how traders react, right? Who cares if you make money in the first minute or how much money you make today? No one cares if you make $100 in 5 minutes or $100 all day. They care, like, how much did you walk away with, right? How much did you walk away with? How much did you close your day up? That's what matters. Not how quick you make it, but how consistently you make it. The only thing that I honestly like is NXTD. That's the only thing that I like is NXTD for a break of this downtrend, guys. A break of this downtrend above 417. So I'm just watching this one on the 5-minute chart for a break of the downtrend above 417. That's one I am watching right now. NKLA fading. MBOT has support at 875. You could look for a dip buy, right? A nice dip buy on MBOT down towards around $8.75. I really like NXTD. It's very tempting to jump into NXTD. I like what I see here. I may jump in with a small starter position on NXTD. My stops would be 410. I'd be risking 30 cents on 500 shares. I'd only risk about $150. My max risk per trade is $500. Right? That's my max risk per trade is $500. I would literally risk maybe $150 just to give this a go because I do like the technicals. I do like the setup. And once we break this downtrend, if we can break the downtrend, I think we see a lot of great action move in. I'm not long yet. I'm being as patient as possible, making sure I get the confirmation that I want, the confirmation that I need to get involved. Obviously, the closer to that 415, the 417, the better, right? The closer I get in, down towards around that 415 to 417, the better. Right now, we're just watching MBOT. No trades yet for me, guys. I am positionless. Not touching MBOT, not chasing this stock. A little inconsistent right now. Just seems to be a little inconsistent. Look at that. It popped from 920, 960, all the way back down to $9 in like a second. That's no fun. that's no fun when the stock does that. Let's wait for MBOT to come down towards around 875 and settle down for us. I'm scaling in on NXTD, guys. I am scaling into NXTD. Only 250 shares, but I just think this has a lot of great potential to break that downtrend and start to see a nice big move up into the 509 level. So I took a small little position here. Nothing crazy. I know I'm getting in really early. I'm getting in within the first 5 minutes. And we don't have like a pattern, right? We haven't broken the downtrend yet, but we are above support. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is scale in to a 1,000 share position little by little, right? I'd like to go ahead and get my feet wet and get involved with 250 shares above that 415, right? I'll put a stop at 410. So I'm going to risk 30 cents on 250 shares. That's a $75 loss just to get involved, just to get my feet wet, because I do like the technicals. I do like what we're seeing from Friday in the post market, in the pre-market. Personal preference, right? It's my approach, my analysis. Again, it's something that I like, and we'll see if it can hold on up. If not, it was worth a $75 loss. It was worth giving it a little bit of a go. So right now, let's focus here on NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla, right? We're right at this downtrend here, guys. You can see we're right at this downtrend, right? Apple, right at the downtrend. Look at all that resistance. Tesla, it's actually breaking the downtrend just slightly, right? We need to readjust the downtrend. We're actually right at it. On the 4 hour, we're actually right at it. The SPY, right at resistance. The Qs, right at resistance as well. But we can clearly see Apple with a lot of resistance off that downtrend, guys. Apple with a lot of resistance here. So if we're looking at Apple, Apple could come back down towards around 176.41. 176.41 on Apple. NVIDIA on the 4 hour chart coming right into pretty key resistance as well. Let's keep this one on watch below 300. And then Tesla is actually looking like it's breaking its downtrend here on that 4 hour chart, the daily chart, but let's see if it can actually hold on up. CGTX halted? CGTX, yeah, I mean, halted a couple times here, but no reason for this stock to, really be halted. It hasn't really even moved all that. So that's just a pretty random stock, guys. Nothing really there right now. We're just waiting for MBOT to make a decision. Is it going to come down to support and bounce around 875? Right? Is it going to break pre-market highs? And are these pre-market highs going to turn in to new support? Right? Right now, it's a game of patience. We're only 8 minutes in. We are 8 minutes in, team. So right now, we're really just watching MBOT to see if this one sets up for us. Right now, it's just sitting back on your hands because there's nothing in front of us, right? There's no reason. I only took NXTD as a starter because I like the bigger picture. It's not like I'm jumping in with 2,000 shares. I jumped in with 250 shares, right? It's worth me getting a small starting position. I'm willing to lose $100 to give something a go, right? Something that I do like the technicals, and I was liking the stock out of pre-market. So we'll see. Could it crack, fade, and fall, stop me out? Yeah, sure it could, but it's worth it. It's worth getting a little bit of a starter there. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I got to go blow my nose real quick. I really have to because I'm snuffling a lot. I'll be right back with you. All right, we're good. I had to get that out of my nose. MBOT is pretty choppy right now. MBOT is a little bit on the choppier side right now. So we're not touching MBOT yet. BABA popping up a little bit here. Nothing yet across the board for pennies, guys. Everything's kind of calm. Traders are calm. I think a lot of traders are sitting on the sidelines like you guys are. They're like, okay, it's Monday, 3-day holiday weekend. We see some decent action here in pre-market, but how are traders going to react when the market opens? Are we to see a lot of profit taking? Are we to see choppiness? Are we to see clean movement? Where's the focus? Where's the opportunity? All right, we can see NVIDIA starting to break its daily downtrend ever so slightly. It hasn't technically broke yet on the 4-hour chart. It could still come right back down below and close below on the 4-hour. We'll just have to see. Apple right now is right at that level. Apple right now is right at its downtrend here. Actually, if you really draw it off those, you probably got a little bit more room to the upside. Just a little bit more. Let's throw this into a 1-hour and let's really fine tune that downtrend on Apple. Yeah, that's a pretty good downtrend there. So we're right at it, guys. I mean, we're like right at it. They're on Apple. Tesla, haven't really broken above it yet. We're just still kind of waiting, guys. We're waiting to see what happens here. Just kind of being patient and waiting. Trust me, as soon as we find the best of the best opportunity, you guys will know. You guys will know when we have the best of the best opportunity. It could come at 10. It could come at 11. It could come at 3. It could not come at all. That's the thing. You can't expect to trade every single day. All right? Sometimes you just don't see that opportunity. Sometimes the market is not giving you what you want, and that's okay. That happens. And right now, again, we're only 12 minutes in, guys. Still just really watching MBOT at this point in time. This is really where our focus is right now. Looking at MBOT. Can it break over 968? Turn into support. You got TOI halted up on very light volume. Very light volume. This is a pretty risky one. This thing is trading 40,000 shares today. It's been halted a couple times to the upside. So right now, TOI, risky biscuit stock. It's a risky biscuit stock right there. mean, so we got a lot of stocks really popping here. So you got AMD starting to get some action to the upside. Right, Nvidia is getting some great action to the upside. So again, a lot of our thesis, our approach, not really panning out the way we thought. But that's okay. It's about patience, right? That's what I said from the get-go. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how the market's going to react. We don't know if these stocks are going to respect these technical downtrends, right? Anything could happen. And so what are we doing right now? We're being patient, looking to see what happens. I mean, look at the Qs. We see a lot of resistance right at that 450-cent level. The SPY, we can see some resistance right here atop high a day. But yes, there are some stocks that are getting some great action to the upside. Right now, be patient, right? You're only 15 minutes into the market. Again, the only entry I have right now is NXTD. That's it. And I'm not even crazy about the entry, but this is something that may take a little bit longer to play itself out. Other than that, I don't see anything else that I want to get involved with right now at this point in time, team. I really don't. And again, TOI is halted to the upside, but right now it's not moving on any volume at this point in time. I love it. Ace Trades over on YouTube said, traders, if you want to grow those accounts, hit that like button. Come on, show some gratitude. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the shout out, for the support. Definitely, I love it. Again, we got to be patient right now, team. We got to be simple, keep it simple, be patient, not rush into anything, and just take it easy, guys, right? Keep it simple, stupid. Take it easy, be patient, be disciplined. We want to end this month and in this week and in this year on a strong and profitable note. The last thing I want us to be doing is jumping into random trades, taking unnecessary losses. So right now, it's a game of patience. Sit on your hands. Sit on your hands.
DNDB, IPO.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right now. Trust me, if I see something, you'll be the first to know, guys. Right? If I see anything, you'll be the first to know. I'm scanning through stocks left and right, left and right, left and right. Right now, I'm not seeing anything. CEI supports at $1. FCEL, I mean, it is coming down towards around this trend line, but it's kind of cracking it here a little bit, right? We had this 5-minute trend line from Friday. All right, starting to crack that level just a little bit here. So it's not really looking all that great at this point in time. It is below pre-market highs. CEI, again, right now, not doing all that much here on CEI. Not yet anyway. Maybe it sets up, but right now it's not doing a whole lot. MBOT, it's choppy sideways. NXTD, not really doing anything. Maybe it's a double bottom. We'll see. It's still holding above Friday's close, or I'm sorry, Thursday's close. And then Nikola, NKLA, is not doing anything right now. Again, the only reason I'm not jumping into like AMD and some of these other stocks is because the Qs and the SPY are right at resistance. Look at Tesla falling right back below that trend line. Apple never getting above the trend line. AMD may start curling on over. Or I'm sorry, NVIDIA may start curling on over because AMD's pulling back as well. And again, you do have the Qs and the SPY right at resistance. So if we see proper resistance on the SPY, proper resistance on the Qs, and we see these two ETFs fall, and we see that selling pressure, right? That's going to reinforce our short bias on some of these options. I got to blow my nose again, guys. I do apologize. This is going to be a consistent thing today. I'll be right back. All right, better. Woof. All right, guys. Someone asking if I'm still in NXTD. Yep, I'm still in NXTD for now. For now, we have that big downtrend from post market that we're watching, and then we could even see maybe a little bit of a intraday downtrend as well off this double bottom. So yeah, I'm still in it for now. My stops are under $4 on this stock. I mean, my stops have to be under low a day, under 4, which is also Thursday's close. So we'll see. For now, I'm still in this to see if we get a little bit of reversal. It looks like it's trying, but we just don't really have the buying volume that we really need here on NXTD. So right now, I'm not crazy about it, but I still haven't been stopped out. All right, MBOT starting to curl on over here. Let's see if we have any opportunity on MBOT. Maybe some bounce plays, maybe some dip buy opportunities here, guys. It just came right down to the 875. Not a really big bounce. Not a substantial big bounce. I mean, maybe 7 cents. So nothing too crazy there. So the SPY broke that level. New all-time high today on the SPY. New all-time high on the SPY, guys. Let's see if that level's going to hold. You still got Tesla falling a little bit, Apple falling a little bit, Nvidia and AMD are looking pretty good right now. Right now, it's a very boring day in the market. I mean, so far, it's boring. I mean, like, I'm not being a breakout trader on the first day back after a holiday weekend, even on the SPY. I don't care. I'm not a breakout trader, right? Now we may start to have some opportunity. The last 22 minutes have been boring, right? Not a lot of opportunity the past 22 minutes, but now we may have some opportunity, right? It's a game of patience. Now we're seeing some good setups possibly. So watch the SPY. Maybe you get a quick pullback into resistance, right? Old resistance, the breakout point, new support, and your trend line, right? So back down towards around 473.32 could be a possible pullback level for the next leg up here on the SPY. The sky's the limit. The sky's the limit. The Qs still have yet to break over its key level of resistance. The Qs is the tech, right? So tech stocks, right? Tech stocks. If the Qs do not break that level, right, and the Qs are still looking bearish, we could see tech roll over. We could see tech fade and fall. So there's the SPY right at the trend line and the prior high. Let's make sure it's not a false breakout. Yeah, maybe the SPY, but again, I think it's a little too early, guys. I really do. Like, I don't know. I'm not a breakout trader on the first day back after a holiday weekend. I'm not. And especially right at like key resistance. Like, how am I going to be a breakout trader the first day back after a holiday weekend, the first 20 minutes right at resistance? Like, that doesn't make any sense to be buying right there. It really doesn't. Nvidia is still holding up relatively well, and AMD is still holding up relatively well. Apple struggling, and Tesla struggling. I just got stopped out of NXTD. It was worth the shot. It's just not making it happen. So I got stopped out there on NXTD. Small little loss. And then GRTX is still trying to make its way up towards around that 580, guys. So let's watch GRTX above 5. GRTX has been a mover over the past couple of weeks here. NKLA, she's done for today. NXTD, no love. MBOT, struggling. CEI, nothing. FCEL, falling and fading. My goodness. So right now we have some movers from last week. We do have AVCT trying to get some attention towards it, team. AVCT. We do have GRTX. This is a mover from the last couple of weeks as well, trying to get some attention towards it. SPRB, nothing yet. So right now we do see more of the focus, more of the attention moving on over towards what? Over towards prior day movers at this point in time. So right now, I don't see any like solid setups, guys. I really don't. Like, do you want to jump in the GRTX right at $5 resistance? Right? When it doesn't really have substantial volume? Yeah, Wade, yeah, GR or NXCD should rip now because I'm out. Yeah. Watch it, yeah, it'll go to $5. Like, I don't see a reason to be jumping in the GRTX right now. I mean, you don't really have substantial volume. I mean, it's right at $5 resistance. Hasn't really broken above yet. Got AERC popping a little bit here, guys. You can definitely see the focus is a little scattered right now. Definitely see focus is just a little bit scattered right now. Just waiting for the best opportunity, the best trades. Is MBOT shortable? Because I would short MBOT here. It is shortable. I may take a short on MBOT, guys. Leg down, consolidation, look like a little bearish consolidation here. I missed my short. I can't chase it right here. Maybe I can get in on a little bit of a bounce back up. I didn't get in there. And maybe I'm glad I didn't get in. We crack below low a day, 840 target, 840 to the downside on MBOT. It's looking a little weak. It definitely looks like it wants to crack and maybe move on back down as long as it's below that 875, below that 9 EMA as well. Let's see if it wants to crack low a day here. Right now, MBOT is trying to figure out what it wants to do. Is it going to bounce back up here? Trying to get a little bit of a bounce, but overall, it still is definitely on the bearish side. right now on MBOT. It looks like we could definitely see that 9 EMA tagged below 875 and then see that next leg down here on MBOT. I mean, there is a lot of support right there at 866. Look at the bid stacking. Look at the bid stacking right now. You have about 30 to 40,000 shares stacking on the buy side on MBOT. That's a pretty solid level of support there at 866. Let's see if that level's taken out. If that level's taken out, that could be a big dump, right? So if 866 cracks here, this could be a big crack and a big dump on down. 866 did crack. It came all the way back down towards around 860. It's even choppy down towards around these lows. I'm being patient with this one, guys. I'm in at 868 to the short side. It's shortable on light speed. You know, right when we cracked below that 866, I jumped in real quick looking for that big crack and that leg down, but it's still even choppy down here at low a day. So I'm keeping it really tight here. Yeah. She's a choppy stock right now. She's choppy, not making really any sense down here. Cracking a very key level of support. I mean, completely looking nasty on the time and sales. I mean, just absolutely, yeah, I don't even know. Overall, I mean, that easily could have been a nice little crack on down there, but I'll go ahead and get out to the short side. She's been choppy out of the gate today. Even down here around these lows, looking pretty bearish, still looking a little on the choppier side. So it's quiet today, guys. It's a little bit on the quiet side. You know, we're just kind of watching the cues up against resistance. We're watching the SPY here against resistance as well, being the all-time highs, right? We're watching all of these. Tesla, right? I mean, nice pop out of the gate, but since then, there hasn't really been a lot of opportunity with Tesla. Same thing with Apple. I mean, rejection beautifully off the downtrend, but again, sitting on our hands, the last thing we want to do is be shorting, say, Apple. But seeing the overall market breaking out, ripping, Apple would follow suit as well. That would completely cancel out our short position. You know, right now, things are moving, but not in a very, I would say, clean, predictable way. There's not really a lot of the opportunity that I'm seeing right now. Not really seeing an abundance of opportunity right now. More or less just things are moving, but where do we get involved? Right? Where are we going to get involved to make easy, consistent profits? Again, we're only about 32 minutes into the day. You know, I'd be watching AVCT over 260. AVCT has a lot of resistance right around $2.60. So AVCT over 260, 261. A lot of room up towards around 3. And then that spiking high right around 312 there on NXTD. Yeah, Rivian's bouncing here a little bit. I mean, Rivian is coming into a decent little level of resistance, 103.33 on Rivian. Working on a gap fill here on RIVN, so let's see if RIVN can continue its nice little move to the upside. Let's get a pullback towards around $100. RIVN, let's see the stock pull back towards around 100 to 153. Let's see a nice little intraday pullback into that level. We do have some great potential to possibly fill this gap today up towards around 107. So I do like RIVN. Again, I want to see this pull back. It just broke above 100 up towards around 102.69. Let's see the stock pull back towards around $100, 153, one of those two levels. Hold on up for the next leg up. We do have room to fill this gap up towards around 107 here on RIVN. There's the MBOT, sure, MBOT. Just a little choppy right here. I wasn't too crazy about it, but right idea, just bad timing. The right idea, just bad timing on MBOT. Really? Five short squeeze candidates to watch. RELI is one of these top short squeeze candidates to watch. You can see the focus is a little scattered right now. You can definitely see the focus is a little scattered from traders. Traders are just kind of like, all right, let's go RELI. Let's go AVCT, right? Maybe we got GRTX. Traders are just trying to get something going, but where is the consistency at? Where's the one stock that's going to get some action and actually hold its gains, right? We haven't seen GRTX get the action and hold its gains. We haven't seen MBOT get some action and hold on up. We have not seen CEI get action and hold on up. A lot of these stocks, right? You got IINN halted right now, right? A lot of these stocks are moving very, very randomly, right? Which one is going to hold its gains? Right? We haven't seen GRTX hold its gains. We haven't seen any other stock that's been moving so far hold its gains. They've all been fading and falling back down. Is AVCT going to be the one that holds on up here? Or is it going to crack and fade and fall? Is RELI going to hold on up? Or is it going to crack and fade and fall? We do not know until we see certain levels hold. For $5.45 is support on RELI, right? It's going to be a light level of support on RELI. This has room to 6 and then potentially $7.50 there on RELI. AVCT breaking and holding over that 261, right? That's our level that we want to see to stay above, 261. Right now we had a nice break, nice pullback. If this thing holds above 261, it's proving that, hey, it's going to hold on up. It's in a nice uptrend. It's consistent. We can expect to see the stock up towards around 3 and then 312 next here on AVCT. And then IINN, a former mover, more to the downside over the past, month or so. But this stock right now trying to get some action as well here on IINN. So Facebook on the daily chart, nice break above its downtrend. So number one, it's on the bullish side of the downtrend. We did break above. We are above all key indicators, the 200-day, the 50-day, and the 20 EMA as well. Facebook here intraday doesn't look bad for a break of the downtrend. Facebook has room today back up towards high a day and then 349. You're on Facebook. So I would say back up towards around high a day. And then looking at the daily chart, back up towards around 349 here on Facebook, with support being our first pullback low right around 341.49. So right now it's not a bad entry on Facebook, Right now, it's not a bad entry at all. You got about $1.70 to $2 to the upside. Breaking over the high a day, it has room to 349. They're on Facebook. IINN will be live at 10:02, 10:01, 10. No, I'm sorry, 10:11. Geez, 10:11:14. You got about a minute to go. RELI needs to stay above 540. If RELI stays above 540 here, it technically has a potential to reverse back up to 6 and then 750. AVCT is a little choppy here right now. What charts are you looking at? How are you looking at charts on the daily? So I look at the daily, the hourly, my intraday chart. So here on the left, I got a 1 minute, a 5 minute chart. And then here on my the right side, this is my daily and my higher time frames. I'm looking at all time frames. I'm always looking at multiple time frames to try to see if there's anything that stands out to me. Yeah, I don't want to talk about NXTD. NXTD, scaling in. I said I was going to stop out underneath 4. Got stopped out. And it's starting to make its move. It happens. It happens. Right idea. Bad timing. Right? NXTD was simply the right idea, but bad timing. So was MBOT. Was the right idea, just not the best timing. Right? So again, my timing's just a little off. I'm not trying to time the market. But unfortunately, my timing in the market is stopping me out, and then we're seeing the moves, right? So maybe I just need to reduce size and open up my stop a little bit, right? Reduce my size, open up my stop, and be a little bit more patient in this particular market. Because again, both NXTD and MBOT were the correct trades. It was just the bad timing, and it happens. I'm only down, I don't know, like less than $500 right now. So MBOT was 265 before it actually fell. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. NXTD was a small little loss there as well. No, I know, Wade. I know. You're laughing with me, not at me. I know. Because I'm laughing too, because it's like it always happens. Right? It always happens. It's proper stop loss placement, in my opinion. You know, it's proper stop loss placement, proper positions, proper plan. And I get stopped out usually to the penny. Usually it's to the penny on my stop out, and then it rips and runs. Like almost every time, guys. It's hilarious. It's hilarious because what was my stop? My stop was 395. Where did it come down to? 393. Like, really? But I have to stick to my plan. Maybe I get stopped out like this a lot, so you guys are like, at least Josh is sticking to his plan. He's leading by example, because this dude's over here setting, building plans. This dude's getting stopped out, like on all of his trades to the penny, then it rips. And he's just like calm, cool, collected. He doesn't get frustrated. He doesn't chase the stock. He doesn't jump back in. Maybe there's a reason, right? Why this is happening, like consistently. You'd almost think that I'm planning to get stopped out right to the penny. Like, it makes no sense. Wade says, I get in when you get out. Wade says, I get in when you get out. Well, I hope that strategy's working for you. So maybe I just need to set my stops 5 cents greater. I mean, we've had this talk for like 6 months. Whenever Josh says he's getting out, you guys jump in. Or if I say my stop's at 4, you go 390 on your stop. And you guys are always profitable. Like, I'm always getting stopped out. No, it's all good, guys. I enjoy it. Facebook calls yummy. Facebook calls looking yummy. All right. Nice big break. That was a good entry at the break of the downtrend. Everything's straight up, right? Rivian straight up. AMD cracked its uptrend here. We may start to pull back a little bit now on AMD. I'm shifting my attention away from penny stocks, guys. I'm not liking penny stocks right now. I am shifting my attention away from penny stocks. I'm personally looking at AMD right now. We cracked this slight uptrend here. And I'm looking to see if AMD may start to pull back here a little bit. Just curious to see if this trend line is now going to hold on up as resistance. I may look to short AMD here for a quick little scalp. I am taking my focus away from these penny stocks, guys. I'm not a fan of these penny stocks right now. Just curious to see if AMD cracking the trend line, coming up and retesting old trend line support as new resistance. Looking to see if AMD is going to maybe start pulling back here a little bit. What's the site you go to for the charts? This is going to be TD Ameritrade. So this is TD Ameritrade here. TD Ameritrade, think or swim. Are you going to have any deals on your membership? I missed the Black Friday, kept showing me a different price that the sale. I thought it may have been my phone. Could I email you about this more? My email is down right now, guys. So my email is down. With the new the platform that's being developed. We're working on the mobile aspect right now, but my emails right now are just simply not working. So, but we are going to be running more holiday specials this week, right? We're going to be doing a lot of giveaways. We're going to have some fun with some merchandise, some courses, some membership. It's give back the last week of December, right before the new year. I want to give back. I want to pay it forward. So yes, we're going to be doing some giveaways for courses, for one-on-ones, for memberships. I mean, you name it. But absolutely, we'll be dropping some deals and discounts as well for the end of the years, guys. So we'll be sure to do that here this afternoon. Right now, I just want to make sure we're not missing any opportunity, guys. You know, AVCT, right? We said, hey, is this going to be the stock that can hold and actually make its move to the upside and not start pulling back? Well, right now, it did not hold above 260. It's starting to pull on back. GRTX, light volume, pretty choppy. Not a lot of opportunity there. Now we have SPRB trying to get some action to it again. Traders are desperate, it seems like. Traders are like, all right, GRTX isn't holding up. What's the next stock? AVCT, let's go. AVCT, fading and falling, not holding up. What's the next stock? SPRB. Is SPRB going to be the stock that can actually hold on up? Or is this stock going to do what every other stock has done? Is it going to move on up and fall back down? Move on up and fall back down. Move on up and fall back down. We don't see the consistency right now in the market. And it's okay to not trade, guys. I want you guys to know. It's okay to not trade. It's okay to sit here 40 minutes into the market and be positionless. 0 trades on the day. It's okay. You're doing the right thing, especially when there's not great opportunity in the market. Not trying to be a Debbie Downer or a bummer or anything like that. I'm just being realistic. The opportunity is not fantastic. There's few opportunity. Facebook, breaking the downtrend, good opportunity. What else? What else do we have? Rivian hasn't pulled back enough for me yet. AMD hasn't set up for me yet. NVIDIA hasn't really set up yet. I mean, I'm not buying it high a freaking day. Apple, you know, yeah, you could have bought off the downturn on the daily chart, but the rest of the market was breaking out, right? The SPY was breaking out. The Qs were breaking out. AMD was breaking out. NVIDIA was breaking out. Why would you want to short Apple when the rest of the market's breaking out, right? Would it have worked? Yes, but could we have seen Apple break its downtrend like everything else? Absolutely. So Apple was risky. Why are we buying the SPY right at resistance? We're not, right? Why are we buying the Qs right at resistance? We're not, okay? So again, overall, there's movement. Things are moving. But just because something is moving doesn't mean you should be trading it. Do you guys agree with that? I hope you guys agree with that. Just because something's moving doesn't mean you should be trading it. You need to wait for your setup, your opportunity, something that you're confident with. And once you identify the opportunity that you're confident with, what do? You build a plan and you trade it. So if you are sitting on the sidelines and you're like, man, not trading anything, it's okay, right? Your trade could come in the next minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe in the next 2 hours. But don't force it. Wait for it to come to you. Be smart, be disciplined, be a professional trader. And it's definitely possible to do this full time. It just takes time. It takes patience. It takes discipline. You got to be hungry for it. You got to take the initiative, but it's possible. We have a lot of traders in chat that do this full time. A lot of traders come in for a few hours a week and make enough money to pay for college tuitions for their kids. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. You don't have to do this full time. You may have a job that you absolutely love, but you come in on your days off, you make some great extra cash, some side income. It's a beautiful thing. So no matter what you want to do, right? You can come in, you can learn, you can make profit in the market. Whether it's full-time, part-time, passive, doesn't matter. Beautiful thing. Inbots moving on up here a little bit. Yeah, I had a quick pop. I just don't like how choppy it is, guys. It's not for me. I mean, this very choppy, nasty, little choppy, right? It's just it doesn't make any sense. Like, right? I mean, good short here, not a short. Then it's a short, and then you would think it would still fade and fall, and then it squeezes back up. This stock is way too choppy for my liking. Way too choppy for my liking, guys. It really is. I mean, I'm not touching MBOT. Nope. Every penny stock right now sucks. I'm just gonna call it how it is. Every single penny stock right now, Chris can probably agree with me, sucks. And that's just me being blunt and straightforward. Every penny stock right now sucks. Right now, I'm watching Rivian for the pullback. I'm watching RIVN for a potential crack below 102.65 to actually see this pull back here a little bit, maybe back down to 102. So I am watching RIVN team as we are putting in a slightly lower high. If we get that lower low, we could easily come back down towards around 102. Obviously, Rivian is easy to short as well here on Lightspeed. So I am looking at Rivian for this possible lower high reversal. And I'm waiting to see the lower high set in, followed by the lower low for that possible short on down here on Rivian, guys. So no trades yet on Rivian, nothing yet on RIVN. Being patient, looking to see how this sets up, if it sets up for a possible short. right? Still technically in an uptrend. Could be just a double bottom higher low reversal, but if we do not put in the higher high here and we start to see that lower low, right, off the lower high, it could be a very nice short here on RIVN. It could be a very just easy short. So just watching RIVN right now to see if this is going to be a little bit of a short-term reversal here for that possible lower high, lower low down towards around 102. It could be a quick little double bottom, higher low, and that's okay. But if we start to see it crack on down, which it's not looking like it's going to, then we're all set. AMD, what's going on here? It's losing some steam. AMD's definitely losing some juice, losing some momentum here. I mean, across the board, you know, Apple's just been pretty flat today. Nvidia losing some juice and some steam. AMD losing some juice and some steam. Facebook was a clean little move there. Thoughts on NXTD? Wade, you would do that to me, wouldn't you? Thoughts on NXTD? NXTD still has room to 5 and then 550. So NXTD broke its downtrend, took a little heat, got stopped out. But NXT looks fine. It still looks good. It's in an uptrend. High, low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. It has momentum. It's in a nice steady uptrend. I mean, it looks fine. It looks good. Your next target is going to be, which it pretty much just hit here in intraday, that pre-market high of like 475, 480. You want to see that level break up to about 5 to 509, right? If you are in this, you're up, right? You're up 15% maybe, 10%. Like, I always lock in profit when I'm up like that. So I would lock in a little bit of profit, but as long as it continues to hold this uptrend, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. As long as it continues that uptrend, you're good to go up towards around 5 and then 509. Anything over 5 and 509, 556 there on NXTD. So again, a lot of these stocks are popping on up, giving a lot back. Popping on up, giving a lot back. Popping up, giving a lot back, choppy. I mean, MBOT, I don't even trust MBOT, guys. Until it's above 768, 770, or I'm sorry, 968, 970, I don't trust it. It's been a little on the choppier side. Some may say it's one big inverted head and shoulders formation, but it's a choppy inverse head and shoulders formation there on NBOT. I don't like it personally. I think it's too risky. I think the stock is too choppy for a solid high probability setup. I really do. I don't think you're placing the odds in your favor trading NBOT at this point in time. I think it's a little risky. It's just I'm not crazy about anything I see, guys. Maybe it's my fogginess, maybe it's my cloudiness in my head, not feeling great. I mean, I'm down on the day. I'm down on the day like 440. I'm down like $600, which kind of sucks. But I'm up for the month. I'm not down substantially. I'm only down $600. but I'm down on every single one of my trades, right? I'm red on NXTD, watching it be a good trade. Down on Rivian. I jumped the gun there on Rivian for a small loss. MBOT, that stock a little choppy. I'm not trading it. And then I'm down like $50 on AMD. Like, I'm down across the board. Like, I'm taking small little paper cuts left and right. I'm not really seeing the market conditions that I like. And it only takes one good trade to make those losses back, plus put me in the green. I'm keeping my losses really small. I'm keeping my trades and my stop losses really tight. But maybe I should really just not trade if I'm under the weather. You know what I mean? I didn't trade last Thursday because I didn't feel good. But overall, it's still a good month. I'm only down $600 on the day, guys. I'll show you my P&L. Again, you add all that up, I'm down about like $600 right now. Nothing crazy. I can easily come back from this. I usually come back from much bigger losses than this. So this is nothing. I'm just sitting back trying to be as extremely patient as possible and just looking for the best opportunity. And the opportunities that I'm seeing today just aren't working out with me. But it happens, right? You can't be right all the time. Can't be right all the time. And today's not over yet. Yeah, exactly. Today's not over yet. I'm still optimistic. But right now, I just know that I'm not really crazy about the penny stock market. So I'm not, see again, look at MBOT. I'm not really crazy about the penny stock market right now. It doesn't seem to be consistent. Nothing's adding up. So I'm sitting back there. And I really don't see any of the opportunities to be buying on some of these larger caps. I missed the Facebook. That's okay. I missed it, but traders in chat grabbed it. Haven't really seen a reason to buy AMD yet. Haven't seen a reason to get into NVIDIA, Apple yet. All right, I gotta go blow my nose again, guys. I'll be right back. This is getting bad. I'll be right back, guys. All right, we're good. Woo! Been holding now for a month about because I'd rather take my chance in holding it sometime than sell off just to lose. I've done that 3 times now. I've been successful. Thank God. I love it. Good job. CNTX. Do I see it going back to the 785s? Let's go look at CNTX real quick. CNTX. Do I see this going back to the 785? I mean, that's a lot, man. That's a lot. CNTX. I mean, typical penny stock. The only way we start to see a penny stock get some hype is what? It's when we have a catalyst. It's when we have news. Again, I don't really look at fundamentals on penny stocks because I don't really swing trade penny stocks. Why? Because penny stocks are penny stocks for a reason. It's occasionally we swing penny stocks when there's momentum and hype, but we day trade penny stocks. We can swing trade more well-known companies that aren't going to move 50%, 60% to the downside in like 2 weeks. You know, penny stocks are penny stocks for a reason. They're risky. And you have to trade them correctly. So CNTX, you know, the only thing that I can say is right now, if it does bounce, where are you going to go, right? You're going to go back into old support, which is going to be new resistance, $4.29. Was the IPO open? It was a bounce. It was a bounce. And it's your 20 EMA. So that's going to be a strong level. Now, if it breaks over that, you got a little bit of a gap that needs filled here, right around 537. And then you can come back up towards around those highs at 765, right? 765 to $8. But again, you're asking for this stock to move 160% to the upside. 160% to the upside. You're going to need really good news, a really strong catalyst, a reason for traders to step behind this stock to push it up 160%. So could it happen? Yeah, anything could happen. But why? Do I see anything based on the technicals? Do I see anything based on the technicals as to why it would happen? I do not. Now, what you have to do is you have to dive into the fundamentals. You have to look. What are they doing fundamentally? How does their balance sheet look, right? Do they have anything in the works? Or do they have any big announcements or press releases scheduled to come on out, right? What are they working on? What are they doing? What could drive some attention towards this stock, right? And then based on that, apply that with the technical analysis and make a decision, right? At this point, man, you're already down a lot. At this point, you're already down 60%. What's another 40%, right? Ask yourself, you're already down 60. What's another 40? That's just my mindset, right? Like, why take a 60% loss? You're already down 60%. Why not just hold it and just hold it? If it ever gets back up, it does. But I mean, I don't know. I can't advise you on what to do. I would just advise never put yourself in a position to take that kind of loss, to be down 60%, just to never, ever, ever put yourself in that kind of position. Learn from this and do not let it happen again. That's the only thing that I could sit here and say right now is just learn from this situation, learn from this experience, and do not let it happen again. What you do moving forward needs to be completely up to you, whatever you think makes the most amount of sense, okay? You really need a strong fundamental catalyst to get the stock moving again, to get anywhere close to that 780. That's 166% away. Do you have a halt alert software? Yes, I do. So I'm personally still watching Rivian, RIV, and it does have room up towards around 107 to fill that gap. If we can start breaking this downtrend here on Rivian, maybe we have some opportunity here. We can start breaking this downtrend above 103-ish support. We do have like light support at 103. We've lost it a few times, but we can see buyers are really trying to keep it above 103. maybe above this 103 level, breaking the downtrend, we could start to see that next little pop back to the upside here on RIVN. I'm not really looking at penny stocks right now. I'm really just focused on these larger priced stocks at this point in time, ones that are actually consistent, ones that are actually moving. But they all look like they're losing a little bit of steam. I mean, look at Nvidia, for instance. It's up 10 points today, but it's not trading any volume. I mean, there's barely any volume over the last hour. And Nvidia is making a pretty decent move to the upside. So we're still seeing a lot of light volume pushing these stocks to the upside. Now we got Apple starting to bounce back up a little bit, light volume. Tesla breaking out on light volume. We're having a lot of light volume breakouts, guys. It doesn't make sense to me. And so because it doesn't make sense to me, I'm not trading. I mean, it just doesn't. Like, look at the, like, so light volume. Light volume. And everything's breaking out in the new all-time highs. The SPY, new all-time high, like barely any volume. Yeah, I know we're an hour and a half, an hour and 10 minutes into the day, but the first 30 minutes is when we see the most amount of volume, right? The last 30 minutes is when we see the most amount of volume. I would expect to see more volume the first hour of the day. I don't know. Not really seeing anything that makes sense to me. So right now I'm kind of sitting on the sidelines. And plus I'm really foggy as well, and I'm out of it because my allergies and my sickness. So I mean, there's a lot of things that are moving, guys. There's a lot of things that are moving, but it's like, all right, what do you like? Focus on it, trade it. What do you like? Get to know the stock. Focus on it, trade it. All right, you like Rivian? Focus on RIVN. Get to know RIVN. How's it moving? Right? Get prepared. Wait for it to set up. Attack it. Take advantage of the opportunity. Right? MBOT's too choppy, in my opinion. MBOT is just, it's all over the place. It's not consistent. Why do you want to trade a stock that's just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down? Right? Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to trade a stock that's just up and down all over the place? Do you guys really want to trade those stocks? I mean, maybe you hit it. Maybe you make some money on it. Maybe, right? Maybe. But is it like a really good setup? Or the odds in your favor? Or are you kind of gambling? Right? Or is it a little bit of a gamble? Is it a little bit of a risk? I mean, are the odds really in your favor? Go look at it. MBOT. Look at how inconsistent the stock is. I don't think the odds are really in your favor trading a stock like MBOT. I really don't. So I'm still watching GRTX. GRTX finally a clean break and hold above 5. The GRTX is actually proven itself. AVCT has not proven itself. Or ELI has not proven itself. So I'm still watching Facebook, Rivian, AMD. I just want a little bit more volatility. So what do you guys see? Do you guys see anything? Because I'm not really seeing anything that I really like a lot at this point in time. I'm really not. You know, it's just very slow, steady grinding to the upside. That's it. Slow and steady grinds to the upside. Right now, it's not the kind of market that I thrive in. It's not. So I'm going to really just kind of sit back on my hands right now until I identify the opportunity that works for me. It only takes one good trade, right? I've tried to get a couple different trades going and just haven't worked for me so far today. It only takes one good trade to really make it happen, right? Dig me out of this hole, put me in the green. So right now, I'm just going to be patient. I'm not seeing things that I like, but I do not want to miss opportunity, especially on stocks that maybe you guys like. So you guys looking at anything right now that stands out to you that you think is a good opportunity at this point in time? Yeah, you see a little bit of that divergence on AMD, right? You see a little bit of that divergence here on AMD. And you are putting in the lower low now. So as long as you're keeping these lower lows and lower highs, yeah, you're definitely curling on over here on AMD, back down towards around 150.80. That's about another $1 to the downside. Nothing crazy, but it's $1 to the downside there on AMD. I'm a spectator as well, right? I'm a sideline trader. I'm just watching the game. I'm not playing, right? I'm sitting on the sidelines today, baby. That's it. I don't play every game, but when I do, we win. But I'm not playing every single day. And a lot of traders don't like hearing this. A lot of traders get discouraged. I mean, I got discouraged when I was a new trader hearing, I'm not trading today. I'm sitting on the sidelines. I'm like, no, mentor, no, trade. I want to trade. So you got to trade, right? I'm over here like, why you being lame, man? This stock's moving, that stock's moving. Why you being lame? Trade these stocks. I didn't realize that just because the stock's moving doesn't mean you trade stocks. I mean, I get it. I get it. I was a new trader at one point, and I wanted to see my mentor trade all day, every day, right? It was exciting. It was fun. I wanted to trade and trade and trade and trade. But I come to find out and come to learn that, hey, sometimes you don't need to be trading. And today's one of those days. Like Chris says, be patient, wait for your trade, guys. All right, be patient, wait for your trade. I'm here to teach you the good habits. I'm here to teach you the right way to think about the stock market. Not here to teach you to trade everything just because it's moving. I don't really see anything on ICCM. XXII. I mean, XXII, you could see it back up to 350. With support right around 305. So, I mean, support's down towards around 3 to 305. About 10, 15 cents away. Resistance, 350 here on XXII. It is. It's definitely getting tight there on Boeing. Which way should you go to squeeze? Boeing still looks bearish to me on the daily chart, right? We were kind of waiting for it back up towards around like 208, 209. I don't know if it's going to get back up there. But if it does, I mean, I think that could be a good short swing there on Boeing. But yeah, here intraday, it's definitely getting really, really tight. Definitely squeezing a little bit. Which way is it going to fire? Just got to wait and see which way this is going to fire. When it fires, though, it should be a pretty nice move. You're hearing a lot of squawk about COVID hospitalizations. I think Charlie Squawk Benzinga was like, COVID hospitalizations have quadrupled since November. The highest amount of hospitalizations of COVID since February of this year in New York. So I heard that, and I'm just kind of looking to see how markets react. Because you got to still think that there's still a lot of COVID uncertainty, guys. There's still going to be a lot of new data that comes about, especially after the holidays. There's a lot of people traveling, right? Lots of people traveling. Just wait a week or two after the holidays. All right, let's see what we have in store. You could see a lot of like, oh my gosh, COVID's spreading like wildfire because all this holiday traveling. COVID cases up, hospitalization counts up. I mean, there's still a lot of uncertainty. There really is. There's a lot of uncertainty, guys. So that's why I'm trading lightly, right? That's why I'm trading lightly right now. Anything could happen. Just when you think we're in the clear, you hear something you don't like, whoop. Worked all last week. COVID slammed in New York. Yeah, so it's crazy. It's definitely ramping up. It's definitely it's escalating. I mean, it looks like a lot of traders and investors are kind of like shrugging off the COVID fears, right? Because we're more prepared this time around, right? It's not 2020. We have vaccines, right? We have preparations in place. I mean, it's not like it was. But, I mean, if it escalates quickly and we start filling up hospitals and we hear a lot of fear hit the news again, yeah, I mean, anything could happen, guys. You just got to be mindful about what's going on. Big pennant on AVCT. I kind of see what you're saying, what you're seeing, right? I don't know if it's the best looking pennant, right? But I do see what you're saying. I wouldn't. Again, I'm foggy as shit today. I would say it's more of just it's just squeezing. I wouldn't really call it a pennant, right? When we think of like bullish pennants and like bull flags, when we say a pennant or flag, okay, technically the criteria is 3 to 5 candles to the upside, right? So you get 3 to 5 big, solid green candles to the upside, right, on increased volume, followed by a period of consolidation. That is the criteria for a pennant. That is the criteria for a flag, right? 3 to 5 strong green candles to the upside on increased volume. When we look at this stock, I mean, it's like 1,000 candles to the upside. I wouldn't really classify this as just being a solid pennant. It's more just squeezing in between trend line support and downtrend resistance, just getting a typical trend line squeeze formation. I would not necessarily classify that as a pennant. And that's what we're going to talk about today around 11 o'clock. We're going to talk about patterns, right? Today, we're going to talk about the top bullish chart patterns out there and classify these and talk about criteria, right? And then tomorrow, we're going to talk about the top bearish chart formations. Then we're going to talk more about strategies and entries and executions upon these Wednesday and Thursday. So today, we are going to take some time around 11 o'clock to 11:30 and talk about the top 3 to 5 bullish chart formations, right? Whether they're reversal formations, whether they're classified as continuation formations, just to really kind of shed some clarity on patterns and really the criteria and what makes these patterns a really solid, high probability pattern. So I would say it's definitely getting tight between uptrend support and downtrend resistance. You got VWAP holding it up as support as well, right around 250. PYR, yeah, let's go look at PYR. Now, PYR, 1, 2, 3, 4, had a nice big rip, right? Went from 350 to 550. in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles, and we see the volume was slowly increasing, then it ramped up in the millions very quickly, whoop, straight up, right? So we can see here just one big straight up move. That's a pull, very clear, just straight up, 3 to 5 candles, green in a row, just whoop, straight to the upside, followed by a period of consolidation. Consolidation, sideways movement. Lower highs, higher lows, right? Just kind of consolidating, trading sideways on decreased volume. And we can see the volume is lower than it was during that rip to the upside. So we can see here, it's still not the best looking pennant, the best looking flag, but it's meeting the criteria a little bit better as we can see this distinctive pull. Just that straight move up and then this sideways movement. We're looking for a break of the downtrend here on PYR. We're looking for a simple break, PYR, of the downtrend for this next leg up back to the 560s and 570s here on PYR. So PYR breaking the downtrend on volume. You could see the next leg to the upside, maybe about 50 cents or so. But again, penny stocks today really haven't been all that generous. Penny stocks today have kind of been sucky, in my opinion. They haven't been consistent. They haven't been, just clean. But right now, I mean, simple break over that downtrend, guys. Put your stops below 5, and now it's starting to get that move out of its flag. So there it is, right up to 550, 560 PYR. PYR has room to 655. This is going to be a typical rug pull on PYR. Is this rug pull city? Oh no, it's rug pull city. PYR tried to get its move there, but immediately just getting slammed right back down. Penny stocks today, poopy. And we're getting ready to dive into a quick break, and we're getting ready to dive into a little afternoon topic, afternoon lesson, guys. I do want to talk about patterns, but I also want to take a moment to talk to you guys about what's important to you, right? This is really a free-for-all week, right? I don't have anything planned. I want to talk about what's important to you guys. So we're going to take about a 5-minute break. I got to go blow my nose and get some nasal spray and take some medicine. All right. When I come back, just type up in chat what you want to learn about, right? What's something you need some clarification on, something you need an update on, maybe a refresher, something that you've heard that you want to do a lesson on, anything that you think would benefit you guys today to help take your trading to the next level and to help you be a better trader in 2022. I was thinking patterns, talking about the top 3 to 5 bullish chart formations, breaking these down in the criteria behind them and visually what they look like. But if you guys have different recommendations and different topics, please let me know. I'm more than happy to custom tailor any topic into a lesson today to make sure that it's what you guys need to move forward and to continue to grow as traders. Okay, guys? So in about 3 to 5 minutes, we will be back. We will start discussing a little bit of an afternoon topic, a trading lesson, and then we'll have some fun with that, guys, followed by a Q&A session, dive into lunch, and then maybe come back this afternoon and see what we have in store for Power Hour. All right, guys, about 3 to 5 minutes. We'll be back, team. We'll dive into that lesson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back and we're going to dive into it, guys. Before we do that, let's go ahead and just scan on through what we have, right? I mean, everything slowly grinding to the upside, little by little by little. The Qs have a while to go before they hit new all-time highs. The SPY today hitting new all-time highs back to back to back. Just looking to see if that's actually going to hold on up. Tesla starting to crack its trend line here a little bit. This is something that I was actually waiting for here on Tesla, was a crack of the trend line. So just kind of keep this on watch. You do have some room down to like 1104 and 1102 there on Tesla. Apple, big U shape, back up towards around high a day. We'll see if Apple can continue to move on up. Everything's slowing down a little bit at this point in time, right? We can definitely see everything starting to slow down just a little bit at this point in time. The only thing that I see coming on up that could be a nice big move back up would be Rivian, RIVN. Obviously, you had a solid move to the upside, starting to sit sideways, forming a slight downtrend, just finding some support, quick little double bottom, right? Starting to see that higher low reversal. And we're just looking for a break of this downtrend here on Rivian, RIVN. So a simple break of this downtrend, as well as that 103 level. We have room back up to 104, 104.30, and we could still see that daily gap filled up towards around 107.07 there on RIVN, okay? So we're still watching RIVN. And Facebook, again, break of the downtrend, 344, over 344. Facebook does have room up towards around 350 there on the book, on the Facebook. And if I'm not mistaken, I still have Facebook calls for Friday. So I got to go check that out real quick. Let's go ahead and see what we're looking like. Ethereum's doing good. ANY. Are our crypto stocks doing well today? Crypto-related stocks, yeah, they're not, they're okay. Like MARA is up, BITO, Riot, and a lot of the other ones aren't really doing a whole lot. But I mean, you got crypto stocks kind of moving a little bit. Bitcoin's doing well. So not too shabby, not too shabby. All right. So that's what we have there, guys. Right? That's what we have there. CEI, a lot of these penny stocks, not really a lot of opportunity today with penny stocks, guys. Just a lot of choppiness, a lot of uncertainty. So what we're going to go ahead and do, guys, is we're going to talk about patterns, okay? I do want to take some time to really just break down patterns, what they visually look like, and really the criteria behind them as well. So we're going to start with bullish chart patterns. All right, that's what we're going to start today with, is bullish chart patterns. And I want to take it a next step further and classify these into two types of classification. So before we really start diving into it, if you guys want to get a piece of paper and a pen, I highly suggest that. You could simply write these down. Like as I draw, you can draw. As I talk criteria, you can write the criteria down next to these patterns, right? Are they bullish? Are they bearish? Are they continuation? Are they reversal? What's the criteria? What criteria needs to be met to put the odds in your favor? We want to find setups that are A+ setups, that are just top-notch, great-looking, high probability setups, where the odds are in our favor. 80% odds of being right, 20% odds of being wrong, 70% odds of being right, 30% odds of being wrong. We want to take stock trading from 50-50 to 70-30 to 80-20. And how do we do that? We find patterns that can be predicted, patterns that are somewhat predictable. Now, you can't predict the market, but you can put the odds in your favor. Bull flags. Traders see bull flags as buying opportunities. So when you see a bull flag meeting certain criteria, you can jump in. Other traders jump in, which push the stock's price up. You sell, you make money. It's all psychology. So we want to just understand what patterns have the highest probabilities of success, okay? And how to trade these patterns and the criteria behind them and what needs to be met, okay? So we're going to start with bullish chart patterns, the top 3 or 5 bullish chart patterns. I don't want to overwhelm you guys with too much information, right? I want you to be able to soak all this in and digest it little by little by little, okay? So bullish chart patterns, and we're going to talk about continuation patterns. Continuation patterns. There's 2 types of bullish chart patterns. You have continuation patterns and you have reversal patterns, okay? So for this example, we're going to talk about continuation patterns, if I can get this out of here. All right, cool. So someone tell me, what do you think one of the most popular bullish chart pattern is? A bullish chart pattern that's classified as a continuation pattern. Does anybody know of one off the top of your head? Right? It has to be a bullish chart pattern. It's also classified as a continuation pattern. Bullish flags and pivots, absolutely, 100%. Right? A bull flag is a move to the upside, followed by a period of consolidation. Right? It is a bullish chart pattern, and it's intended to continue in the direction it was going, which is up. Right? It's moving up, then sideways. Traders look at this as a continuation pattern. It's intended to move to the upside in the same direction that it started from. So let's talk about criteria behind a bullish flag and a bullish pennant, right? So like we just discussed, a bullish flag or a bullish pennant all starts with an aggressive move to the upside. A nice big solid move up to the upside, right? Usually 3 to 5 candles to the upside. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So that's criteria number 1, right? You guys can write this down. So bullish chart patterns, right? These are classified as continuation patterns, and we're talking about bull flags and bullish pennants, okay? We're going to talk about these two in the same example, right? Bull flags and bull pennants, pretty much the same thing, okay? They're both bullish and they're both continuation patterns. They both have strong moves to the upside. Nice big move to the upside, right? 3 to 5 candles, minimum. At least 3 to 5 candles. The more, the better, right? What's another piece of criteria? Besides 3 to 5 candles to the upside, we want to see increased buying volume, right? So we want to see the volume increasing as the leg up is happening, right? We want to see the ascending volume. You want to see volume going up, correct? So criteria number 1, right, is 3 to 5 candles to the upside, 3 to 5 candles up, minimum. Criteria number 2 is what? Increased volume, right? We want to see that increased volume to the upside, right? Because if the stock's price is moving up aggressively, fast, and you see a pull, but you see buyers slowly being depleted, less and less and less and less buyers pushing the stock up, that's a sign of weakness. You may see the stock come crashing back down, right? So you want to see that increased buying volume as the stock's price is moving on up, right? Number 3. So again, you have 3 to 5 candles up, minimum, right? Increased volume along the upside, followed by a period of consolidation, right? Followed by a period of consolidation. And during this period of consolidation, right? During this period of sideways movement, what do you want to see? You want to see decreasing volume, right? You want to see less volume. You want to see the volume going down, right? So you want to see the volume increase along the move up. And during that period of consolidation, ideally, you want to see the volume decreasing, right? That's criteria number 3, right? Instead of typing it, I'm going to say it. I'm going to draw an arrow. Criteria number 3 is decreasing volume. You want to see the volume moving down, right? That's criteria number 3. Criteria number 4 is a break out of the apex. What is the apex? The apex is the tip in between the downtrend and the uptrend. So there's 2 types of pennants, or 2 types of flags. Okay, guys. And again, bear with me today, guys. I'm really, again, I said I was foggy this morning. I'm not feeling great, so it may be a rough lesson, but we'll get the hang of it. All right, you'll understand it. You have bullish pennants and you have bullish flags. A bullish pennant, right, is a pennant, right? A flag is a flag, right? So you'll have 2. You have a bullish pennant where the stock is making lower highs and higher lows, getting very tight, and you'll have a bull flag, right, where it's actually making lower highs and lower lows, more of a flag pattern, right? The apex is the point right in the middle, right? That's your apex, okay? So I just want to clarify that. You have a bullish pennant and a bullish flag. They're both bullish chart patterns, and they're both continuation patterns. They both need to have 3 to 5 candles to the upside minimum. Those 3 to 5 candles to the upside, we need to see that on increased volume, right? During this period of consolidation, whether it's consolidating in a pennant formation or whether it's consolidating in a flag formation, you want to see that consolidation on less volume, decreased volume, right? That is your 3rd piece of criteria, regardless of it's a pennant, regardless of it's a flag, right? Criteria number 4, right? Criteria number 4, when the stock is in the apex, right? Right in the tip, right at the point you expect to see this stock break. You want to see a pop in volume, right? You want to see a nice big pop in volume. You want to see that level 2 ramping up. You want to see volume moving in. You want to see the stock breaking above the downtrend, right? You want to see the stock breaking above the downtrend. You want to see the stock breaking above the downtrend. Ideally, just breaking out of that consolidation, right? Big aggressive move to the upside, decreasing volume period of consolidation, less and less and less and less and less and less volume. And then boom, you see a lot of volume move in, breaking out of that consolidation, right? Breaking above that downtrend, breaking out of that apex with an increase in volume. That shows demand. That shows buyers moving back in. That is what you want to see. That is when you want to get in. That is when you can expect to see buyers push that stock higher, as it is a continuation pattern. Okay? So do we have any questions about the bullish flag or a bullish pennant, right? There's 4 pieces of criteria, right? Criteria number 1, a strong move to the upside. Very strong, distinctive move to the upside, okay? 3 to 5 candles minimum. Criteria number 1, right? Criteria number 2, right? Increased volume along those 3 to 5 candles to the upside. So strong move up, aggressive move, clear, distinctive move to the upside, 3 to 5 candles minimum on increased volume. It's criteria number 2. Criteria number 3, sideways movement, right? We call that consolidation. It's sitting sideways, it's trading sideways, it's consolidating, right? It's moving sideways. And we want to see that consolidation, that sideways movement on decreased volume. You want to see less and less and less and less and less buyers and sellers, decrease volume into what we call an apex, the tip of the consolidation, the tip of the pattern, the tip of the downtrend, the uptrend, right? Right there, right when you expect to see that pop, that break, that move, right? Criteria number 4 is a surge in volume, a break out of the consolidation, a break out of the apex. You start to see that time and sales moving again. You start to see that volume really ramping up, right? That's criteria number 4. An increase of volume as the stock is moving out of that consolidation, breaking out of the consolidation. The last thing you want to do is see the stock breaking out of that consolidation with little to no volume. That's a weak break. That's a weak move. That does not put the probabilities in your favor. Could it break out? Sure. Is it an 80-20 setup? No. 70-30? Probably not. 60-40? Yeah, right? It's a 60% chance of being right, not an 80% chance of being right. We're talking about the criteria that needs to be met to put those odds in your favor. 80% chance of being right if this criteria is being met to a T. All right? Before we move on to our next bullish chart pattern, another continuation pattern, do we have any questions whatsoever about a bullish flag, a bullish pennant? The criteria, maybe entry, stop losses, targets. Do we have any questions whatsoever? Again, today is a very basic approach to some of our top chart patterns, top chart formations. All right, cool. So we have a bull flag and we have the bullish pennant, right? If you guys have any questions, let me know. We can go back into it. So another bullish chart pattern, it's also classified as a continuation pattern, is going to be a ascending triangle. So you have what we call an ascending triangle formation, okay? So this is when a stock has flat resistance, but is building higher lows. Flat resistance, higher lows. Flat resistance, higher lows. And it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter until eventually traders make a decision, right? Traders make a decision. So criteria number 1 for an ascending triangle breakout. This is what an ascending triangle breakout formation is going to look like. It is a bullish chart pattern. 80% of the time, these stocks will break to the upside. These occur at or near the high a day. They are meant to continue the trend that they're in. We can see we have an uptrend. This stock is building higher lows, right? We're just looking for a break out of this triangle formation, a break over resistance to continue the uptrend, okay? The criteria is you need to have flat resistance. Boop. Like perfect. Like right across the top. Resistance. Like it may wick over momentarily, right? You may have some wicks, but it's not going to be, the stock's not going to do like this, right? It's going to be clean, right? It's going to be straight. It's going to be flat resistance, right? It's going to be clean across the board, right? So criteria number 1 is the stock is in an uptrend, right? You can see the stock's in an uptrend, okay? It's forming at or near the high a day, right? Sometimes you see ascending triangles forming at lows of day after the stock just sold off. Are those ascending triangles? Yes. Are they high probability setups? 80% setups? No, they're not. I'm on YouTube. So no, they're not, right? So what's an 80-20 setup? 80% probabilities, 80% odds, right? It's when they occur at or near the high a day, right? It's when the stock is in a clean uptrend, uptrending consistently at or near high a day. Flat resistance, right? Higher lows. The stock is simply getting tighter and tighter and tighter between support and between resistance. And it gets so tight that traders have to make a decision, right? And 80% of the time, buyers win, right? This is also called our apex. Right here, the tip in between resistance and support. This as well is our apex. What do we want to see in the apex, right? We want to see a break out of the apex to the upside, right? We want to see buyers win. We want to see a clean, solid break over resistance out of this apex, right out of the tip of this formation. And the criteria that needs to be met always on most of our formations and patterns is volume. If you see this break, you see the break over resistance, a break out of this consolidation. It's consolidating in a sense. It's just consolidating with higher lows, getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Until buyers make a decision. 80% of the time, buyers win, break this over resistance out of the apex, but you have to see strong buying volume. I can't tell you how many times as a trader I've seen an ascending triangle formation. All the criteria is being met, I jump in, it fails. It's a false breakout and it starts fading lower. I'm like, what happened? The criteria is being met to a T. Why did it look at the volume? The volume wasn't substantial. It didn't have a surge, an increase, a big pop in volume. It was a weak break. It was a weak move. And that right there showed weakness from buyers, and sellers were able to step right back in and drive the price lower. Volume is your confirmation for 99% of your setups, 95% of your setups. Volume is key. Volume is confirmation. If a stock is breaking out, right? It's a bullish chart formation. A stock is breaking out, and you expect it to break out and continue to the upside. You want to see buyers in control. You want to see that the buyers are strong. And how do you know that the buyers are in control and that the buyers are strong? Well, number one, buyers will break it over a level of resistance. What's resistance? Resistance is selling. Selling, 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 selling. So number one, you see buyers pushing the stock over a wall of sellers. That's showing strength, that the buyers are stronger than the sellers to push it past that level of selling. But how else do you know, right? That the sellers just didn't give up momentarily, and that the buyers were able to kind of just slide it through that level, that wall. Volume. You got to go look at the volume, right? You could have just said sellers like, all right, we're going to take a step back for a second. Buyers are still weak, barely push it up, and then boom, sellers move back in. You have to look at volume to get an idea, are buyers really in control? Are buyers really in control? You have to look at volume. That's your criteria. So this is what an ascending triangle breakout formation looks like. Again, it's a bullish chart formation. It's a continuation pattern. And these patterns occur at or near the high of day. This is when they have 80% odds, is when they occur at or near high of day, right? Now you can see these types of formations, right? You can see ascending triangles occurring near low of day, right? But they're not 80%, guys. Can they break out? Can they move? Absolutely. But if you see an ascending triangle, you see them move down, and then you start to see the stock doing one of these. And you're like, hey, I see an ascending triangle, Josh, right? I see one, but it's in a downtrend. Bounce back up, it's consolidating sideways. Could this be an ascending triangle breakout? Absolutely. But is it 80% odds? Is this an A+ setup? It's not, right? It's not, because it's reversing. This stock would be reversing. It's in a downtrend. You see an ascending triangle, then it breaks out. It reversed from downtrend to uptrend. An ascending triangle is not classified as a reversal pattern. It's not, right? Can you see ascending triangles assist the stock in reversing? Yes. But textbook speaking, that ascending triangles are not reversal formations. They are continuation patterns, and continuation patterns occur at or near high of day, okay? That's when they have 80% odds of working in your favor, okay? I want to just express that, and I want to be clear on that so you understand what separates an A+ setup, an 80% probability setup, from, say, a C setup, right? A setup that may only have 60% probabilities of being that big time move that you expect to see, okay? I've been in VXV for a while. You said it popped 50%. Yay, VXV, woo! I'm excited. So we have a question inside of chat. I like real examples. NXTD is setting it for a bull flag. Let's check NXTD. So again, what's our criteria for a bull flag? 3 to 5 candles to the upside on increased volume, number one. Do we have 3 to 5 strong candles to the upside? Do we see a distinctive move up, a pull, right? Do we see a pull, a distinctive move to the upside? 3 to 5 candles minimum. On increased volume, I don't see it. So I do not see a flag, right? I do not see a flag on NXTD. I see this move up, and then I see this pullback, and I see buyers move back in, but I don't see a distinctive flag. Let me give you an example of a bull flag, right? One was on PYR that didn't work out, right? On a 1 minute. Let's go look at PYR on a 1 minute chart. See here, you can see a distinctive move in price straight up, right? From 350 to 550. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles, straight up. That's your pull, right? Very distinctive. That's your pull in the ground. Your pull that's going to hold your flag, right? On increased volume. Do we see increased volume? Yes, we do. Look at the volume increase here. So we have a pull, right? Distinctive pull, distinctive move to the upside. 3 to 5 candles, criteria is being met, right? We have increased volume, criteria is being met, followed by a period of consolidation on decreased volume. Let's see if we have that. Period of consolidation, and overall, it was losing volume, right? Overall, it was decreasing volume. Yes, you had this random pop right here, that random spike in volume, but the average volume had been decreasing, versus the leg to the upside. And that's why we said, hey, this looks like a great flag, and it tried. Look, you saw buyers move in, it popped out of that apex on volume, and it popped about 30, 40 cents before it gave a lot back. Penny stocks really aren't hot today. Penny stocks really aren't breaking out, ripping and running. But to give you a better example of a flag, of a bullish flag, would be PYR. Okay? So that would be an example of a bullish flag. Not the best, but a better example for today, because I like to give you guys examples. Okay? But if we go look at NXTD, I don't really see a flag on NXTD today. So let's look at it on a 1 minute chart, right? Do we have any kind of flag? A strong move to the upside, 3 to 5 distinctive candles, increased volume, right? Do we see anything here? We really just see a lot of choppiness, right? We're really just seeing a lot of choppiness. GRTX had a bullish pennant at 948. So GRTX, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We see, okay, increased volume, right? So the volume is popping up here a little bit, followed by this period of consolidation, breaking out of the apex with an increase in volume. Absolutely. Choppy, ugly, but it meets the criteria. 3 to 5 candles up. Got it. Increasing volume, barely, but you can see it increasing. Period of consolidation on less volume. Yep. Right into the apex. Breaking out of the apex with a pop in volume. Yep. Volume increasing, pushing the stock higher. Absolutely. Bull flag. GRTX. Again, not the best example, but it's an example that works. I'd rather show you an okay bull flag than show you like the world's best bull flag, because you're only going to be looking for the world's best bull flag. You're like, remember Josh gave me this really good example of a bull flag, right? I'm never seeing a really good bull flag like that. Like, I'll show you the really crappy ones. So if you see a crappy one, at least you know it's meeting the criteria. And if you see an A+ one, you're like, wow, what a flag. That's a bull flag right there. Right? I mean, I'd rather show you the crappy ones and show you guys those examples versus the best of the best. So yeah, 100%. I like it. GRTX had a bullish pennant right there this morning, right around 950. So good eye on GRTX. All right. So we were talking about ascending triangles, right? Ascending triangles as well. Do we have any examples of ascending triangles? All right, could we say this is an ascending triangle breakout here? Is this an ascending triangle breakout here on GRTX? Let's see. Right, we have higher lows and we have flat resistance. It's kind of meeting the criteria of a ascending triangle breakout. Do you guys see that here on GRTX? I mean, another really crappy example, but it's meeting the criteria, right? The stock has resistance at high a day, right? High a day resistance, rejection, rejection, boom, breaks out, new high a day. It continues higher. It was always building higher lows with flat resistance, right? During that period, it didn't really have a lot of volume, right? Look at the volume on GRTX. As it was moving up into resistance, building these higher lows, you had a very sharp decline in volume compared to the volume you had here. Very sharp decline in volume. But then when it broke out, what happened? Volume moved in. That was confirmation. You could have taken that long on GRTX for a sloppy, but a setup that met the criteria for an ascending triangle. Again, higher lows, flat top resistance, getting very, very tight. You see volume moving in, boom, it breaks out, and it moves higher, and it continues higher. Okay, so that would be a good example, an okay example of a ascending triangle breakout here on GRTX around 10:30. Okay, what's another bullish chart pattern? That's a continuation pattern as well, right? We have cup and handles. So what's a cup and handle? Well, it looks like a cup and handle. It's pretty easy, right? So the stock has flat resistance. It hits it one time and sells off. Pulls back, has a nice big U shape. Buyers move back in, pushes it right back up into resistance for the second time. Gets rejected, pulls back. But buyers are strong enough to not let it drop all the way back down, right? Buyers are strong enough to hold this stock up just a little bit higher and start to move right back in to push the stock over resistance on the third attempt. Push the stock higher. This is a cup and handle formation. This is a bullish chart pattern, okay? It is also a continuation pattern. These patterns occur at or near highs, high a day, right? And they are meant to break out over resistance and continue higher to the upside. They're bullish, okay? Why is it considered a cup and handle? You guys see that it looks like a cup and handle, right? It's steaming, baby. That's a steaming pot of tea. You got little Josh sitting over here, just sitting back on his recliner, drinking his coffee. That is the worst drawing ever. Worst drawing ever. But you guys see, it's a cup and handle, all right? So you also have cup and handle formations, all right? Cup and handle formations, they're bullish, and they're continuation patterns as well. What's some criteria for a cup and handle? Well, number one, you have a big leg to the upside. When stocks move up, you want to see the volume increase ideally. So as the stock is making these moves to the upside into resistance, ideally you want to see increased volume, right? Making a leg up. You want to see volume increase. When the stock is pulling back, right? When the stock is pulling back, ideally you want to see sellers being depleted. You want to see less and less and less volume. And then you start to see buyers move right back in, right? Buyers start to move back in. You want to see increased volume, okay? So during these legs up and these pullbacks, you want to see volume matching the price. So anytime the stock is moving up, you want to see buyers in control. And then you see sellers step in and start to bring the price back down. But as the stock is falling, forming these U-shapes, right? The cup and the handle, you want to see volume decreasing as well. You want to see that there's less and less and less and less sellers. And when you see less and less and less and less sellers, you can easily see a transition from selling to buying. And then you start to see buyers take control once again. So you just want to see the volume correlate with the price, ideally. Now, it doesn't have to be 100% of the time, but when you see the price correlating with volume and volume correlating with price, right? As we just explained, it just increases your odds of being right. Okay, it just increases your odds of being on the right side of the trade. One of the biggest pieces of criteria that I like, okay, one of the biggest pieces of criteria that I like for cup and handles, okay, to make this a solid 80-20 setup, okay, is what? I know you guys know inside of chat. We've talked about this a lot in the past. Not just seeing the higher low U-shape and the breakout, right? Not just seeing the handle form, not just seeing the volume confirmation along the breakout, right? That's criteria. We all know that coming into this formation, right? We want to see volume increasing as the stock is breaking out, right? We all know that. That's criteria for every single pattern. Is when the stock is breaking over resistance, right? We want to see an increase in buying, right? We want to see volume increase. We want to see buyers taking control, breaking the stock over resistance and continuing the leg higher, continuing the move to the upside, okay? So volume is criteria for everything, but what's criteria that you guys know that needs to be met to really make this an 80-20 setup? You see the cup, right? This is your cup, okay? And when the handle is forming, when that handle is forming, ideally in a perfect world, you want that to be what? A 50% Fibonacci retracement. Ideally, this is just me and my version of the cup and handle, which really makes it an 80-20 setup. When you see this cup, right? Pushes up into resistance, point number one. Pulls all the way back down. Let's just go ahead and give these some levels. Let's just say this is $10, right? That's $10 right at resistance. And let's say the low here was at $5, right? When the stock pulls back 50%, right? What would that be? 750. So let's just say, 750 is a 50% retracement, okay? $7.50 would be a 50% retracement from the cup low to the cup high. Remember, this is your cup, right? This initial U shape is your cup. We are forming the handle. So when you see the cup is formed, criteria that I like, criteria that I really like to really make this an 80-20 setup is a 50% Fibonacci retracement. So in this example, that would be a retracement to around $7.50. That would be a 50% Fibonacci retracement. All right, number one. Number two, when that handle is forming and it comes back to that 50% fib, I like to see market structure set in to really make this a go-to, awesome, super high odd, predictable cup and handle formation, right? When you see the stock get rejected on point number two, it's forming its handle, comes down, pulls back 50%, bounces, right? Puts in a little bit of market structure, a little bit of a double bottom, higher low. Then it really starts to get that action, breaks over point number three on high volume, and just starts taking off to the upside, right? Obviously, you want that volume to match up, right? You want that volume to match up. You want to see increased volume as the stock is breaking over resistance on point number three. You want to see that volume. But what really stands out to me and something that I've noticed over my 6-7 years of trading is when you see the cup, point number two gets rejected and you start to see the handle form, right? Your handle. When you see the handle forming at the 50% Fibonacci retracement level and you see the W, you see that double bottom, that higher low, that market structure, that gives you great, amazing probabilities and odds of being on the right side of this trade. Okay? What's a good cup and handle formation that we can give you guys an example on? I'm going to go back to AMC a while back, okay? Because I remember AMC vaguely. We were talking about this in chat. And I know Catherine was taking this personally. I remember this back in April, May. here on AMC. So I want to use AMC as an example. I don't know if it's a great example, but I remember taking this trade with you guys back in April and May. So we see this initial big rip up towards around 1462 resistance, right? We have this big U shape right back up into resistance. So as we see the handle forming, ideally we want the handle to come back down to the 50% fib, right? So we would come down to the cup low up to the handle high. And we can see here that it didn't come back down to the 50% fib, right? It came down to the 38.2 fib. So that's not always 100%, just so you guys know. But when you see it down at that 50% level, it really validates it 10 times more. But you can see a good example of AMC here for a cup and handle, where you get an initial move to the upside, right? 1462 resistance, pulls back. Big U shape, right? Back up to resistance to the penny, gets rejected, pulls back. Now, what happened when the stock was pulling back? Less volume. What happened when the stock was pulling back? Less volume. What happened when the stock was moving to the upside into the resistance? Increased volume, right? So the volume was correlating with the price the whole time, right? Yeah, it didn't pull back to the 50% fib, but it pulled back to the 38.2 fib. Pulled back, we saw volume move back in, boom. Breaks over resistance, breaks out of this cup and handle formation, and absolutely goes bananas to the upside. I mean, this is when AMC ripped all the way to $72. Now, did I think it was going to go to 72 bucks? Nope. I was telling you guys lock in profit 20 bucks. I was like, lock in profit at 20, right? Lock in profit right there at 20, 21, 22, right off that prior high. This thing just went absolutely bananas, all the way to $72 in like 4 days after that. But it was still a very profitable trade from $15 to 20 bucks. And we saw, and we called this out. We traded this in chat back in April on this beautiful cup and handle formation, right? So this was an example of a cup and handle, okay? PENN is another example. Is it on the daily or intraday maybe? So PENN, remember, perfect, predictable, high probability continuation patterns, right? Today we're talking about continuation patterns, right? Continuation patterns, bullish continuation patterns, all right? Bullish continuation patterns occur at or near the high of day. So when we look at PENN, high of day was way up here at 51. If we saw a cup and handle here, right? This was at 50 bucks. It wasn't really at the high of day. We want to see these occurring at or pretty much near high of day. So if this one would have had a cup and handle, right? We want to see that cup and handle forming at or near high of day, which would have been 51.50, not down here at 50.50, right? So if we would have seen something like this, so we see here is like high a day, right? If you would have seen something like this, now that's when we see this nice cup and handle, right? Occurring at or near high a day. We know this is a continuation pattern that we can see it continue higher. But seeing it occur down here, it just wasn't as validated. Am I saying it's a bad cup and handle? I'm not saying it's a bad cup and handle. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But it's not an 80-20 setup. I want to be clear what we're talking about today, the criteria that needs to be met, occurring at or near high of days, the volume, the apex breaks, basically everything that we've really broken down. This is what I'm breaking down to make these 80-20 setups. When you see these being met to a T, we can classify these as A+ setups. 80-20 setups. 80% of the time, they work out in our favor. 80% of the time, they work with us, not against us. Now, PENN, let's grade that as maybe a C setup, right? Does it look like a cup and handle? Yes. Is it meeting some of the criteria? Yes, right? Not all the criteria, but a good majority of the criteria. So I couldn't classify this as an A+ setup maybe it's a C setup, a B setup, right? And based on the grade, whether it's an A, B, or C, that really determines your probability standpoint, right? Is this an 80% odds? Is it 70% odds? Is it 60% odds? Based on the grade you give it. If all the criteria is met to a T, you can grade it as an A+ setup. You know that there's 80% odds of you being right. If 90% of the criteria is being met, you can grade it as a B setup, right? Maybe it has 70% odds of being right. All right, if it's meeting 80% of the criteria, okay, maybe you give it a C setup and it has 70% odds, 60% odds, I'm sorry, of being right. So it really depends on how much criteria is being met. Whether you give it an A+ grade as an A+ setup, a B setup, a C setup. Is it 80% odds of being right, 70%, or 60% odds of being right? And then based on the grade and based on the probabilities is how you can position yourself in the trade. Am I going to go 3% risk on this trade? Or am I going to scale my position size back and only risk 2%? Or am I going to scale my position size back even more and only risk 1% or less? Because it's not an A+ setup, it's a C setup. I don't have 80% odds being right, I have 60% odds being right. I don't want to lose 3% of my account on this trade, I only want to lose 1% of my account on this trade. You see how all of that really plays a factor into how you build a plan and how you execute your trades based on the probabilities that the stock has, based on the criteria that it's meeting. But how do you even know if it's an A+ setup or a C setup? 80% odds or 60% odds? Do I go full risk, or do I dial my risk back a little bit? How do you know? You got to know the criteria. And that's what the purpose of today's lesson was, to really break down the top 3 bullish patterns, right? Bull flags, bull pennants, ascending triangles, cup and handles, continuation patterns, and the criteria that needs to be met for them to be A+ setups. All right. So hopefully you guys were able to write this down and classify these and write the criteria down. And now you know how to classify a setup. A+, C-, B. What's the percentage chances of being right on that particular setup based on the criteria that's being met? How do you position yourself correctly in those particular trades? As far as a risk standpoint, I hope that made sense, and I hope that was able to shed some clarity for you guys, especially coming into 2022 as you start back testing a lot of these strategies and back testing a lot of these patterns to really understand and identify what your edge is in the market. Okay, guys? So I don't want to continue to go over patterns because I know it could be a little overwhelming. And I don't want to give you too much information. I want you to be able to digest this and ask any questions you may have about what we just talked about. And thank you guys for being patient with me and understanding that, you know, the last week and today, not really the best days for me as far as just the teachings and I guess the education and how thorough things are. Again, my train of thought is all over the place sometimes, very, very foggy minded, just with the cold and the sickness. So I thank you guys for your understanding, and just know it's only temporary, that we'll be back in the zone before you know it. And again, guys, it's only temporary. It's just a matter of time before I start feeling better, and we're back to the way we always are. So you can see cup and handle formations anytime during the day. And another thing too is any time frame. You could see these formations on 1 minute, 5 minute, hourly, daily, weekly. These formations, right? These chart patterns that we just talked about, you can see these on any time frame, right? The higher the time frame, the more powerful they are. You see a cup and handle on the daily, it's going to be a lot more powerful than a cup and handle on a 1 minute chart, right? So the higher the time frame, the more powerful and more explosive these patterns can be, okay? So you can still see a cup and handle formation anytime during the day. It does not have to be centered around high of day, correct? But it's a higher percentage when it's at the high of the day. Yes, absolutely, Placid. When you see a cup and handle occurring at or near high of day, right? You see the volume correlating with the price action. You see the handle forming a double bottom, a W, off the 50% retracement. That's an 80% setup. When I see that, I'm 3% risk. I'm risking 3% of my account on that trade because I have really high confidence, really high conviction that, wow, all pieces of criteria being met to a T. 100% of the criteria is being met. I'm going to go full risk. Now, if we see everything being met, but we don't see the double bottom, but we see a 50% retracement, a U shape, but we don't see the double bottom, I'll say, okay, maybe 90% of the criteria, as far as what I want to see, maybe I don't risk 2% or 3%, maybe I risk 2%. Or maybe if I see a cup and handle, a really clean cup and handle, right? Looks great, criteria is being met. The only thing is it's not occurring at high a day, right? It's occurring near the middle. It's like, man, but it's a good cup and handle. It looks clean. The volume's correlating with the price action, 50% retracement, double bottom. It's just not at high a day. Maybe I reduce my position sizing. Maybe I reduce my risk, right? Based on the grade that I give it. You have to give these setups grades. This is an A setup. This is a B setup. It's a C setup. It's an F setup. We don't trade F setups. We rarely trade D setups. Those are gambles. C setups, B setups, and A setups at least have probabilities in our favor, right? I would say an A setup is 80-20. A B setup is 70-30. A C setup is 60-40. Anything less than that, you're 50-50. It's a gamble. So based on what you see and the criteria that's being met, give it a grade. I would grade this a B. All right, I'm grading this a B, and here's why. Well, since I'm grading this a B, I don't want to go full-blown risk. I want to scale my risk back because I'm not as confident as I would be if it was an A setup. I'm confident, but I'm not that confident. But I'm confident enough to get involved in the trade. So I'm not going to take 1,000 shares. I'm going to take 700 shares. I'm not going to risk $1,000. I'm going to risk $700 based on the grade I've given this setup, based on the criteria that's being met, based on my confidence level. That's how we be chameleons, and that's how we adapt. Let me put some more nasal spray in, guys. Might be a strange question, but is there more conviction when the cup, right, the bottom, is far away from the high a day? I don't think it really varies on how far away that is from the high a day, right? From my experience, I don't know if the conviction level changes. If the cup's here, right? Or if it's like this. I don't know if the conviction level changes depending on how far away this is, right? Is that $2 or is that $4 from high to low? From my experience, it doesn't change my conviction, right? If I see a big cup and handle and it's meeting the criteria we talked about, I have conviction. If this is a $4 pullback, but I still see the criteria needing to be met to have 80% conviction, I still take it. Exactly what you were looking for as always. I try, man. I try. I've had a lot of these questions as a trader. So again, I've had a lot of these same questions as a new trader, guys, right? So again, from my experience of being in the market, I don't think it changes the conviction. As long as this portion is being respected. As long as that handle is being respected to a T. You're talking double bottom, 50% retracement, and volume, right? Volume correlating with price. Volume matching the price, right? If the price is going up, you want volume to go up. If price is coming down on pullbacks, you want the volume to go down. You want the volume to decrease, ideally, in a perfect world. If you see all of that lining up in perfect harmony with one another, that's when you get A+ setups. That's when you can make big time profits. That's when you could scale up. That's when you can be more aggressive. That's when you make your month in a freaking day. That's when you know how to lock in those big time base hits, maybe home runs. Okay, guys? Someone's saying we have CEI possibly on the 5-minute for a cup and handle. Let's check it out. So our open today, our high a day was right there. 110. Rejection, back up towards around that 110, 109. We're getting this a little bit of this higher low. Story fib on it from low to high. We can see here that we came down to the 38.2 fib. Not quite the 50, the 38.2, right? Not quite a double bottom, but it could. So yeah, you're starting to see a cup and handle, but one thing that it may do is a little something like this. So you got two ways to trade this. Way number one is waiting to see if you get a little bit of a double bottom, right? Maybe you see a little bit of this, right? And if you start to see that, that's where you could look to go long for that break on out on CEI, right? But what if you don't get that double bottom? What if it's just this cup and handle? What do you need to see? You need to see volume move in. If the stock's going to break over that level, you need to see volume move in over resistance. If you see volume move in over resistance, you could look to take a trade for the cup and handle breakout on CEI. But one thing that I want to make clear as well, I'm not steering you away from the trade. Good eye. You're starting to see a cup and handle, okay? One thing I want to point out is you always have to think market conditions. Time of day, market conditions, right? If volume is a primary factor for 90 to 95% of our patterns, what do you not have over lunch? What do you not have an abundance of over lunch? Volume. So volume is a primary factor for these setups and these formations. Heavy volume. What do you not have over lunch? Typically, heavy volume. You always have to be mindful of market conditions. You have to be mindful of market conditions. If you're looking for a big time breakout at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and it doesn't break out big time, why? Well, because you don't have a lot of volume over lunch. Why not? Because traders go to lunch. Like, we all got to eat. We all got to eat. Now, some days we skip lunch because the market's hot. There's opportunity. But most of the time, we're going to lunch. We're hungry. We got to eat, right? So we don't have a lot of big time moves. The hottest times of the day are 9:30 to 11, 2:30 to 4. Those are the hottest times of the day. But we can still see moves. But you just have to be mindful. Lunchtime, we could see a lack of volume. That's something that you need to be mindful of. And just take that into consideration when building your plans. Okay? It's just all about preparation. It's all about being mindful of everything. Okay? That's what professionals do. That's what you guys have to do. To go. I try. I try. Who else is educating you like this? Come on now. Harry Potter? Is Harry Potter educating you like this? I don't know. Trying to be as thorough with you guys as possible. Trying to break everything down to a T. Basically letting you guys in my mind, in my head. Things that I've learned and I've experienced in my 5-7 years of trading. Like, everything that's in my head, I want you guys to know. All the questions I've had, I want to answer those for you. I want you guys to be able to think self-sufficiently and trade consistently. Okay? So that was about an hour long on 3 patterns. We talked for an hour on 3 patterns. Okay, guys, do we have any questions before we dive into lunch? Penny stocks today kind of suck. Penny stocks today are very, very, very slow. There's not a lot of opportunity. Let's see what there is come this afternoon. Right now, I'm down $600. It's the same $600 I've been down for the last hour. Not really seeing a lot that I want to get involved with today, to be completely honest with you. Today's not a day for me in the market. I'm just not really seeing the opportunity that I want to see personally. What am I down on? I'm down on everything, believe it or not. Today's just not a good day for me. I'm down on NXTD. I'm down on Rivian. I'm down on PYR, MBOT, and AMD. They're all $100 losses. $100 on NXTD, Rivian, PYR, $200 on MBOT and AMD. I'm down $600 today, but I'm not really worried about it. How many shares did I trade today? Not a lot. 9,000 shares today. Shares, yeah, I've only traded 9,500 shares today. And I'm just out of it. I don't feel well. I'm out of it and I don't feel well. Yeah, I mean, I'm still up for the month, guys. I've had a couple small setbacks, but for the month I'm up. I mean, it's a good month. I'm not at my goal yet. I can hit it this week. I'm only a couple grand away from hitting my my monthly goal. But I've been sick. The holidays, the market, a lot of it was my sickness. I'm not thinking straight. I set myself back a couple of trading days, you know, just being aggressive, taking sloppy position sizes and stuff. So a lot of it was just lack of focus on my part. Just sitting here trading when I'm sick, when I shouldn't be. But it's okay. I'm up for the month. It's a profitable month. It's been a great year. It's been a phenomenal year. I'm happy with my results for this year, 100%. Not quite 100K, but close. Close enough. I'm happy with it. Close enough. I'm happy with it. All right, guys, I'm getting really tired from this allergy medicine. It says non-drowsy, but I'm literally like falling asleep right now. It's getting bad. Maybe I used all my energy. I don't know. I can feel it hit me a little bit more right now. So I'm probably going to go relax for the next hour, 2 hours, and just try and like just feel better, man. I don't know. It's like I woke up this morning and I felt great. Went to the gym. And now I mean, the longer the day goes on, the more and more I just feel like crap. So we're going to go ahead and end our morning session. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up, team. And we're going to enjoy lunch. All right, we're going to enjoy some lunch. We'll come back around 2:30. We'll see what we have this afternoon, guys. We'll see if there's anything here for us to take advantage of, to lock in some great profits. It's been coming in waves. Oh, you feel it too? Yeah, it's coming in waves, man. Like throughout my day, like yesterday was a shit show. The day before was crap. Today was waves for sure. But I feel better than I felt last week, but still not 100%. So again, guys, enjoy lunch. I hope you enjoyed our trading session today. I know there wasn't a lot of opportunity. Very slow with penny stocks. Not just a lot of great opportunity. Maybe a couple things that we saw today. So again, more on the slower side. I know these days are the unfortunate days. We want to come in. We want to lock in some great profits. We want to trade, but just always know that sometimes the best trade is no trade. And our goal right now is to preserve our capital into the end of the year. The last thing that we want to do is give back profits. We want to end this week on a strong note, on a positive note, hopefully on a profitable note. But if there's no opportunity in the market, just know we worked our butts off the first 3 weeks of December. Discipline, consistency, patience, everything you guys have been doing has been paying off for December. The last thing I want you guys doing is slipping up, giving those profits back. So hold on to those profits, remain disciplined, make this your best week yet, and let's end the month of December, and let's end the year of 2021 on the strongest note yet, and carry this momentum into 2022, and we will make 2022 your best year yet, guys. All right, so once again, thank you guys so much for tuning in this morning. I hope you enjoyed our stream. Let's see if we have better opportunity this afternoon in Power Hour. Enjoy your lunch. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out, guys. Let's end it the way we always end it. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Good job, team. Great work. I love you all. Come this afternoon, we'll be dropping some giveaways. We'll be having some fun. I just need to build up some energy before we do those giveaways. Enjoy your lunch, guys, and I'll see you back here right around 2 to 2:30. Take care, everybody.
Roblox, RBLX. Shares of Roblox getting a pop here to the highs on volume, RBLX. FB, Meta, or Facebook. Foxtrot Bravo, FB, also unusual option activity. APT Alpha Protect seeing the January 7 call sweep now. Alpha Papa Tango APT. CNBC final trades, URI, United Rentals, UNH, United Health, CSCO, Cisco, AMD Advanced Microsystems. French Prime Minister Castex says COVID incidence rate is at highest level since start of pandemic. Says from Tuesday morning, only 3 months after second COVID shot, people can get third booster shot. Says COVID health pass to become vaccine pass with required vaccination negative test will no longer suffice. A negative test will no longer suffice to enter public places. Measure to take effect January 15th if Parliament approves that in France. Nikkei reported that the Chinese government has abolished limits on foreign automakers' investments in passenger vehicle sector effective next year. That in China. French Prime Minister Castex says mask wearing to become mandatory outdoors in city centers. All right, Rivian hitting new highs now, 104.94. Romeo India Victor November, RIVN. Apple also 179.80 at the high. Apple shares up 2% today. AAPL. AMAT, Applied Materials, Investors Business Daily, selling AMAT, Alpha Michael, Alpha Tango. GOVX, GeoVax getting a pop here, $4.13. Edward Vranick with a Seeking Alpha post says legitimate COVID-19 phase 2 vaccine candidate. That's Golf Oscar Victor X-ray GOVX. BKKT, Bach Holdings getting a pop here, $10.20. Bravo Kilo Kilo Tango, BKKT. AAPL, Apple shares new highs now over $180, 180.20. Apple shares up about 2.25% now. AAPL. WORX, Cyworks. Or SC Works. It says on December 20th, company and Mark Schessel entered into a binding agreement with plaintiff to settle litigation. Insurance for company and Schessel will make a cash payment to plaintiff. That's the Whiskey Oscar Romeo X-ray, WORX. That's from an 8K filing from the company. President Biden authorizes FEMA to provide COVID-19 response assistance. Market on close and balance, $120 million on the sell side. APT, Alpha Protect, popping to the high, $7.36. MDLZ, Mondelez, the January 65 calls now on Michael Delta Lima Zulu, MDLZ. MBOT, Microbot Medical, getting another pop here. Getting the intra or near the intraday high now on MBOT. Company announcing this morning a collaboration with Stryker. That's MBOT, Michael Bravo, Oscar Tango, MBOT. ALPP, ElectJet tweeting, hey folks, we have a really big news that you're going to love so much. Putting out a teaser tweet there, not saying what it is. ElectJet is a charging company. Market on close and balance, $1.3 billion on the buy side. RIVN, Rivian, more call activity now in Rivian, the February 120s. Romeo, India, Victor, November, Rivian. OPTN, Optinos 13D filing from MVM Partners. Stake of 15.2%. That's Oscar Papa Tango November. OPTN. Shares of Optinos spiking $1.75, up 12 cents for Oscar Papa Tango November OPTN. AEY, Advantage Technologies, reporting 5 cents. Alpha Echo Yankee. BORR, Board Drilling, or contemplated equity offering of $30 million. That's Bravo Oscar Romeo Romeo. BORR. IMKTA, English Markets Incorporated CFO Ron Freeman to retire. That's India Michael Kilo Tango Alpha. IMKTA. AAPL, Apple, report that Apple has closed all of its New York City stores to shoppers due to the COVID spike. That's Alpha Alpha Papa Lima, AAPL. KKR increased available amount under its repurchase program to $500 million. That's Kilo Romeo, KKR. RR Donnelly announced it recently identified a systems intrusion in its technical environment. At this time, not aware of any compromise of client data. That's Romeo Delta, RRD. That is from an 8K filing. RR Donnelly shares are dropping sharply to the lows now. $10.39, down 33 cents from the close. That's Romeo Delta, RRD. AP reporting U.S. health officials cut isolation restrictions for Americans who catch the coronavirus from 10 to 5 days and similarly shorten the time that close contacts need to be quarantined. GWH S Tech selling shareholder offering 5 million shares of common stock. That in a filing. That's Golf Whiskey Hotel, GWH. VIPS, VIP Shop. VIP Shop out with an update. Guidance on VIPS. Says the company now expects its total net revenue for Q4 of 2021 to be between 34 billion and 35.8 billion RMB. That would be a year-over-year decrease of about 5% to flat. That's Victor India Papa Sandy, VIPS. Shares of VIP Shop, VIPS, falling now after hours, down 31 cents at $7.93. That's Victor India Papa Sandy, VIPS. mRNA, Moderna announcing supply agreement with South Korea. Moderna to supply South Korea with an additional 20 million doses of its COVID-19 vaccine or updated booster candidate in 2022. That's Michael Romeo November Alpha mRNA. DOW, Dow Inc. shares popping here after hours. Delta Oscar Whiskey, $57, up more than 1% for the day. And now spiking after hours. That's Delta Oscar Whiskey, DOW. I've been getting some CNBC mention. CONN Cons announcing summary notice of proposed settlement of stockholder derivative action. That's Charlie Oscar, November. CONN. SRGA, Sureline Holdings, on December 23rd got notice of delisting or failure to satisfy continued listing rule from the NASDAQ. That's Sandy Romeo Golf Alpha, SRGA. That's in an AK filing from the company now. UFP Industries acquiring Ultra Aluminum Manufacturing for $25 million. That's Uniform Foxtrot Papa India, UFPI. FTK Flowtech receives unsolicited indication of interest. Engages Piper Sandler, says it received an unsolicited indication of interest for a potential transaction for all or part of the company. Flowtech's board has engaged Piper Sandler as a financial advisor to assist with the evaluation process. That's Foxtrot Tango Kilo, FTK. Flowtech shares popping here up about 50% now on that news. Foxtrot Tango Kilo, FTK.